Welcome to Paranormal M, where every episode delves into the unknown. Subscribe and enable notifications to catch all of our latest spine-tingling stories. Get ready for a thrill-filled experience. My paranormal experience as a hospital security guard. Let me start off with a bit of a backstory. About 9 months ago, I began working as a hospital security guard at a major hospital in my city. It's been the most exciting and enjoyable job I've ever had. I'm incredibly grateful for it. I made many new friends, and I've accumulated countless stories to share. The saying, if you love your job, you never work a day in your life, really rings true for me. I've had such a variety of experiences, from arresting trespassers to dealing with mental health patients and searching for missing individuals. The list goes on. But those stories are for another day. But today, I want to talk about something different. My experience with the paranormal. Before I started this job, I was already intrigued by the idea of the paranormal activity in a major hospital. I mean, people pass away in hospitals every day, so you'd think it'd be kind of a hotspot for ghostly encounters, right? Wish I could say I've seen ghosts chasing me down the halls, or bodies mysteriously moving on their own in the morgue. But honestly, nothing quite like that's happened. Still, I wouldn't be writing this if I had experienced nothing at all. To give you a better understanding of the hospital's layout, let me explain where this security is stationed. There's 4 main buildings that we cover. The first is the main hospital. That houses the emergency room with over 1,000 beds for both kids and adults. We typically have at least 8 guards handling calls in the building, with 1 guard stationed in the emergency room at all times. That's where most calls come from. It's worth noting that I'm in Canada, so anybody can come to the hospital for any reason, free of charge. The second building, located across the street, is an 8-story medical clinic that requires just 1 guard. This guard also has to patrol the adjacent old clinic building, which is now primarily used for treating children with eating disorders. This is where the story I'm about to share takes place. The last building is the cancer clinic, which requires 2 guards at all times, and is the closest to the medical clinic if assistance is needed. When I first started the job and was shown around the various buildings, the old clinic, which we'll call the Asbestos Clinic due to its history of asbestos issues, immediately stood out to me as a building that, in my opinion, should have been demolished long ago. During my initial walkthrough, a fellow guard told me that this building was haunted by a young girl who took her own life on the 2nd floor. He also mentioned that the basement was haunted. The whole building used to be like a tuberculosis sanatorium back in the 50s or 60s. Had tunnels in the basement that were once used to transport bodies. About a month ago, it was my turn to work at the clinic during the night shift. I was determined to experience some paranormal activity. I had done countless patrols of the Asbestos Clinic before, but nothing much had happened aside from the elevators occasionally opening on their own, which was apparently normal. But that night, things changed. I had heard plenty of stories from other guards about strange occurrences in the clinic, but I had never experienced anything myself. I decided to do my patrol at 3 a.m., which is often said to be the prime time for paranormal activity. I began my patrol by walking around the exterior of the building, checking all the entrances to ensure that they were locked. The building closes relatively early, around 8 p.m., so by then it should be completely empty. However, I noticed that one of the exterior doors was slightly open. This concerned me because, it had been closed during my first patrol. The building doesn't have any, interior cameras, so when something like this happens at night, I have to check every unlocked room inside to make sure no one is inside. I entered the building, started my patrol on the 1st floor, checking every door and every hallway. Well, no one was there. As I approached the elevator to go up to the 2nd floor, I heard a faint creaking sound like a door opening. I immediately radioed my team lead, informing her that I'd found an open door and I was hearing noises. I told her I was going to conduct a thorough patrol. She sent one of the guards from the cancer clinic, who we're going to call Fred, to assist me. After searching the first floor again and finding nothing, Fred arrived. He told me he would start searching the third and fourth floors while I covered the second floor in the basement. As I was searching the second floor, I heard the same creaking noise again, the sound of a door opening. I radioed Fred to come down, still not considering the possibility of anything paranormal. We've had instances of homeless people breaking in to find a place to sleep, though it's rare for them to target the Asbestos Clinic since it's usually locked. We searched every room in the second floor but found nothing. After thoroughly checking the entire clinic, we concluded that no one was inside. Fred returned to the cancer clinic and my team lead made a joke that it was probably just a ghost. It got me thinking, this might be the perfect time to continue my ghost hunting. Well, I went back into the building determined to capture some activity. I sat down in a chair on the second floor, waiting to see if anything would happen. About 10 minutes of nothing. I got bored and decided to head down to the basement. The basement is an eerie place, filled with tunnels that mostly lead to nowhere now. I decided to explore one of them since I had never done it before. Seemed like the perfect time. Once I exited the elevator, I made my way to one of the locked doors that led to the longest tunnel. Most of the tunnels were completely blocked off, but this one stretched on. I unlocked the door and ventured down the tunnel, taking note of my radio beeping to indicate that it had lost signal, a common issue in basements. As I reached the end of the tunnel, my flashlight started to flicker. I decided to stand still and listen. In my shock, I heard a blood-curdling female scream coming from the start of the tunnel. Nearly jumped out of my skin, I turned around, pointing my flickering flashlight back toward the entrance and started running toward the scream. When I reached the entrance, I tried to radio my team lead. My radio was still out of signal. Looked around the basement and noticed that one of the doors was open. This door was supposed to be locked, with only security having access to the keys. I looked inside the room, and I'll show a picture of that, but no one was there. My heart was racing. I closed the door, headed back upstairs to get a radio signal. I was still unsure if what I was experiencing was paranormal. Once I was back on the main floor, I radioed my team lead to let her know what happened. She sent Fred back to help me investigate the source of the scream. When he arrived, we went back to the basement. I showed him the room that had been opened. We both noticed a very distinct and strong smell. A smell like that of a decomposing body. Having spent time in the hospital morgue, I was all too familiar with that smell. We searched the room but found nothing. Fred joked that the room might have been used for tuberculosis patients who didn't make it, but in truth, none of us were sure what that room had been used for. We determined that everything was fine. I decided I'd spent enough time in the asbestos clinic for one night. Ever since that experience, I've rushed through my patrols in the basement as that smell sort of still lingers every time I pass by that room. So what do you think? Was this a paranormal experience or something else? Should I investigate it further? Let me know if you'd like to hear more stories I've collected during my time working in the hospital. Well, you know my opinion. Dead Dad Visits. Okay, so for the past 2 days I've been talking in my sleep. I've been cussing my fiancé out. Last night my fiancé seen my dad as an angel. My dad scared the crap out of my fiancé. I don't think my dad likes my fiancé drinking so much, so he said that my dad told him how much he loved me. Yesterday I had a dream with my 2 older brothers. My dad, Jay, and we were all talking in Paul, and I think I was talking and Paul told me I needed to stop what I was doing. Well, I was like, what is that? Then Paul's turned into paper, burned out in the front door. I hugged my dad in the hall away from our apartment. My dad scared my fiancé really badly to go to an urgent care because he didn't feel right. And also my dad kept saying things about a baby. I don't think I'm late and I don't have any signs of pregnancy. I've had dreams about my dad before, but my fiancé said that he'd seen my dad by the window in our room with this walking stick. I miss my dad a lot sometimes, and I still talk to him, but this is a first. He's been dead for 4 or 5 years now. When he first passed, I had a dream of him walking to my childhood home. Before he got to my room, he floated up and a really bright light and white feather floated down. I've always remembered the dreams vividly about my dad. I believe that your dreams try to tell you something when you remember them. My dad has, I guess, always given me a heads up on what might happen, like deja vu. I don't really know what my dad's gotten into an uproar about, but yeah, this thing has been stressful in a few aspects of life. But I and my fiancé have always worked things out. I believe my dad's my guardian angel, looks after his kids still. But I'm at a loss of words. I know, like in my heart, it was my dad. But Will was the only one that's seen it by the window. I'm hoping tonight if we get a visit, it'll be, nicer. Has anyone else's loved ones, gone to them in their dreams? I've always loved my dad so much that, I was his baby girl, and I think he wants to protect me. But does this mean my fiancé's actions or intentions aren't the same as they were 4 or 5 years ago? We've been together 4 years September. The third will make another 4 years together. We'll make a solid 4 years together. I know my dad wants to protect me from getting hurt. Earlier this morning, my dad was talking through Will, and he said, "I hope this loves you as much as he says he does." When I met Will, he had given up on love, didn't have a significant other for 6 years. He helped me through a lot of things. He's never held me back and showed me things no one else has. I love this man, or else I wouldn't be with him for this long. It's the longest relationship I've ever been in. It's my dad trying to tell me. Not speaking on your dad's behalf, but I will say, things can always change, especially people. Things just age. People age and change. That's how I look at it. Strange event when I was a child. So, when I was a kid, I used to be terribly afraid of the dark. I would have to sleep with the closet light on and the bedroom door open in the living room. That's where my mom would be watching TV late into the night. My bed was situated in the room where my head was on the wall in the back corner of the room, looking directly out of the door into the living room. One night I woke up in the middle of the night. The closet light was still on and the living room light was now off because my mom had gone to bed. Everything was dead silent. I looked out of the door to the living room. That's where I saw a silhouette just beyond the reach of the closet light. It was human-shaped, looked male, and was tall. I would say about 6.5 feet or so. It was wearing a bowler-type hat. For what felt like hours, I just sat there staring at it. It never moved. I eventually meekly called out to it, asking who was there, but I didn't get a reply. Looking back, if it had been an intruder, that would have been a bad idea. But after this, I reached over to my bookcase, grabbed a light, keeping my eyes on the shape the entire time. I flicked on a flashlight and there was nothing there, just the living room. After a bit of time, I got up and walked into the living room and began searching the house again. If it were an intruder, I would have been in big trouble, but my search came up empty. The basement door was still latched shut, the attic doors behind that as well. So nobody was down there. Bathroom, living room, kitchen, parents' room, cat's room, both hallway closets, brother's room. No tall man with a hat. At this point, I was convinced that I had just been seeing things and went back to the living room where I looked in the direction of where I would have been looking to see the shape. But there was nothing that could have been making that shape, just the coffee table. That and an armchair and a strip of the site. So I went back to bed, and I laid down, shut off the flashlight. I poked out, just didn't see the shape this time. I've had a thing about being uncomfortable with open doors ever since. This isn't where it ended, though. I'd never told anybody about this encounter for years afterwards. However, one day my mom and I were talking in the car. She mentioned that like a year or two after I'd seen the shape, my brother had been really sick with a high fever. She'd been taking care of him, and he asked her who the guy in the hallway with the hat was. But when she looked, she didn't see anything. This immediately raised some alarm bells because, like I said, I didn't tell anybody about seeing it. Also, ever since I saw this man shape just outside my doorway, when I go through the living room, I get this deep, unshakable feeling that I'm being watched. The longer I stay there, the closer it gets. The feeling immediately goes away when I get far enough down the hallway and into my bedroom, and it only happens really late at night, around 2 or 5 a.m. Now there's one last thing that happened in relation to this. Besides still getting the feeling of being watched every night, I have to go to the kitchen or bathroom. I started a job and I was at work when a clearly disturbed man came into the store. He seemed to be deep in conversation with somebody who wasn't there, referring to the person who wasn't there as Alex during the one-sided conversation. As he was passing me, he stopped and looked behind me and up and said to me, "Who's your friend? Love his hat." That was just before he continued walking, and that chilled me to the bone. I do sometimes get this feeling just out and about and I'm just being watched for a few seconds, get really creeped out, so it makes me wonder if this shape follows me outside the house sometimes. It would be easy just to dismiss what he said, since he clearly wasn't all there. But it was really specific how he mentioned the hat and looked up as if we were looking at somebody taller than me. I think I'm living in a haunted house. I don't know how to start about it. So I and my friend live in a rented house for job purpose in another city from our hometown. We rented this 2 years ago. It was all good in the start, but a few months we suddenly started to get agitated at the smallest of things, getting ugly fights with each other, which never happened before. One night when I was not in the house, so my friend was alone in the house, he heard his mom calling his name from outside the house, and he saw, but nobody was outside. It was like 2 or 3 a.m. in the night. That matter was not discussed with me, and I was unaware of such happenings in the house. So one day I was cooking in the kitchen, suddenly felt a female standing behind me, a tall figure. I suddenly saw back and there was nothing, and I continued my cooking, and I heard knocking on the door, and I went there and there was no one again. I really felt strange. I didn't think of anything paranormal at the time, and after that, continuously, I feel like somebody peeking from the window and looking at me. So for basics, we've rented a house in which, on the ground and the first floor, the family and landlord live on the second floor. That's where we live. There's sort of a secondary terrace outside our house and the main terrace above our house. Well, I continuously hear footsteps on the secondary terrace, and this really loud gecko. And when I see outside, there's no one. One afternoon, I was alone in the house. I was trying to sleep and my eyes were shut. I wasn't really able to sleep, so I opened my eyes, and there was the same female entity just above my face, which I felt in the kitchen. In the blink of an eye, it vanished. I felt it standing at the door of the bedroom and staring at me. I shared it with my friend, and he said he's been having similar experiences. We tried to move out of the house multiple times, but literally all the situations turned against us. We couldn't move out. One time, we firmly decided that we'll move out and decided one house. The landlord of that house was very sweet. And we also moved there. We reached it in the evening when we were setting up the house, and suddenly the landlord came in a different avatar altogether. Started fighting with us in the worst way, I don't know. But We have to instantly move out of there, and it was very late in the night, so without any choice, we had to come back to the old house where we were experiencing all these things. So again, we failed in moving out. After we came back, the experiences have risen to like 10 times that we were experiencing before moving out. We don't know what to do. We're not able to move out, and we're not even able to stay in the house. All our energies get drained in the house. We have constant health issues too. If anybody has any solutions, what we can do, please tell me. That sounds rough. Old story, new life. This happened a few years ago, but was recently telling my roommate about it and decided to post it here. While I've never really been a skeptic, I've never had an actual personal experience until this point. I could tell a dozen stories from that place, but hands down the scariest experience I've ever had. In 2021, I was working as a private investigator for a security firm, and I would sometimes be called in to cover security guard posts. I was called in over a long holiday weekend during which a factory was going to be shut down. Covered night shifts, and during shutdown, everything in the building was powered off. Lights, machines, everything save for things like security cameras, lights in the office, alarms in the boiler, and Wi-Fi. This was a huge factory. It took roughly an hour and a half to make one round, and the entire building was pitch black. So in order to do rounds, we had like magalights. That and a cell phone to scan barcodes near the doors to track our movements. We also had to write down the readings from several pressure valves on certain water risers. 2 of the risers were 10 feet apart, and behind 2 large pieces of machinery along the back wall. To get the readings, we couldn't hold both the mag light and the cell phone, so we had to use just the cell phone to navigate. My first round had gone fine. No issues, everything secure, all doors locked, everything accounted for. I had just started my second round and was getting the measurements from the risers. I got the first reading, turned to my left, and was getting ready to walk the 10 feet to the second. That's when a shadow appeared in front of me. Didn't really have a distinct shape, but was human height and so black I could distinguish it from the already pitch black of the factory. It flew directly at me, passing through my chest. It was the most horrid, soul-deep, ice-cold feeling I've ever experienced. Collapsed on the floor, and while I don't know how much time had passed, I managed to call my boss. Thankfully, he came and found me, called EMS, and while he obviously thought I was nuts, the building had a reputation for paranormal activity and negative energy. It had ended the career of more than one guard, so we knew something had happened. When EMS came, my vitals were all over the place. My heart rate was 180, while my blood pressure was only 74/40. I was in the hospital for a couple of days dealing with tachycardia. While I doubt he ever fully believed me, my boss had seen me handle first response after a tornado, an active shooter, and a hostage situation with relative sanity intact. Even he admitted that whatever happened rattled me to my core. But I don't know what it was. A demon, a reaper, or just one very pissed-off spirit. But it was not friendly. To this day, just thinking about that experience gives me chills. It makes me sick to my stomach. Unexplainable Incident, about 10 years ago. I had some other odd experiences when I was quite young. My family described strange things in that time period too. But I was just too young, and I chalked what I saw up to memory distortion. This incident occurred when I was about 18. I remember it all vividly. This occurred in Sapulpa, Oklahoma, a town a little outside Tulsa. Staying at my grandparents' house, and my cousins were visiting. It was storming in the distance, but not raining where we were. So my cousin, brother, and I went outside to watch lightning. My cousin had described numerous strange paranormal occurrences that he had seen. And during this visit, he was describing seeing ghosts in, the peripheral of his vision. He claimed that other people who spent time with him were also seeing them, and that some of these people were being pussies about it. End quote. He wasn't a very nice person back then. As we sat on a brick wall watching the lighting in the distance, he was saying that he was seeing them here and there and describing what they looked like. Honestly, I really didn't believe him. Still not really sure I do. But at one point he freaked out and said that he saw what appeared to be a little girl. He said it was the freakiest one he'd seen yet. Began to feel a little bit unnerved, not really sure why. I remember that I still didn't believe him at this point, but the unease was growing pretty strong. I was starting to nervously glance around over my shoulder. Here's where the incident started. Turned around and I saw a figure of a small girl dart behind an air conditioner unit in the side of the house. I'm not sure what prompted this, but we all felt the urgency to get up and run at once. We didn't discuss anything. Thought in the back of my mind that it was my younger cousin. She would often follow us around. But the urge to run still persisted. It gets a little bit weirder. My brother stopped next to the air conditioning unit, looked where I'd seen the figure dart, and screamed. Again, quick mental processing, I thought maybe he was messing with her younger cousin who might have come out and followed us. But no, as I ran by, there's nobody there. We all three ran into the house. My brother and cousin went to a bedroom in the back of the house. I stayed in the front of the house trying to process what I'd seen. Eventually I went back to talk to them about it. They were both sitting there in a bed, and my cousin was like, "Oh yeah, look, he's scared," and laughed at me. He was a bit of a bully to me at this point. Tried asking them about it, and they denied seeing anything and didn't explain why we all ran. It's almost as though none of this even happened. In the years following, I brought this up with my brother on multiple occasions. He doesn't recall screaming, or even really remember the actual incident aside from us watching the storm and my cousin describing seeing the ghosts. I brought it up with my brother again a few days ago. Still doesn't recall any of the creepiness I felt in that situation. He has no recollection of stopping or screaming behind the air conditioning unit. Unfortunately, my cousin passed away about 8 years ago. He never did bring it up with him despite growing close to him in a few years before he died. That's my one unexplainable story I've encountered. It still creeps me out when I think about him. My cousin seems to be a sort of lightning rod for strange happenings. He had many paranormal stories, and I've confirmed some of the other people who were with him during these events. Moved around a lot, and some of the houses he moved to were straight up creepy. I think in that area alone he lived in 6 different houses. Anyway, I'm still not really sure what the hell happened there. I know this isn't as spectacular as a lot of the stories on the subreddit, but it still creeps me out, and I hope somebody enjoys reading about it. I sorta did. Never was a believer in the paranormal or ghosts. That was until this dreadful encounter. I never was a believer in the paranormal. That was till a damn near shocking encounter. After that, I'm a believer. Okay, how to start? My school would have a joint exercise with other schools. Each school would send 10 boys to camp with soldiers in a forest as a training exercise to learn basic survival techniques. On the first day we set up our tents, we went to sleep in the middle of the night and we heard laughing. The sounds of a girl crying. We all woke up, but we heard our commanding sergeant. He told us to lay low. Don't move. Just keep quiet till the sound stops. When we're laying down, sure as hell that we can hear where the sound's coming from. And basically, it's coming from above our tent. Well, I try to brush it away, thinking it's not possible. Might be a monkey or something. So the next day, it's as usual, nothing's going on, everything's going well. That's till the sergeant started punishing everybody who smokes and started asking them to do push-ups and jump, which I hated, so me and a couple of my buddies snuck out. Right beside our location, there's an abandoned swimming pool. It had toilet rooms, and for whatever reason, there's a dude in front of me within 1 foot, and he's walking the same direction with me heading to the toilet. I can specifically say that he was wearing a green t-shirt, jeans with slippers. Long-haired dude. We identically went into the toilet together with me behind him. With just a turn, he was fucking gone. I suddenly felt panicked, so I searched the whole toilet, which is maybe 500 square feet. There's no window, and there's no other door to escape. My friends arrived while I was searching around the cubicle. They asked me what's going on. I told them there was a fucking dude in front of me when I arrived, and he's gone. They started laughing. They thought I was joking or just trying to scare them. They brushed it off, starting to light their cigarette, and they helped me light mine too, because I felt something sort of suck out my energy till I can't even light my own cigarette. My whole body was trembling. I can't even smoke. After that, I felt something zapped me around my neck like it was electric. It was a weird feeling. Don't know how to describe it. I suddenly laying on the floor, like half passed out. 2 of my friends have to carry me back to the camp because both my legs are like paralyzed. Is my college apartment haunted? Me and my roommate just moved into our new college apartment 3 weeks ago. And from the first weekend, we had been having, well, issues. The first weekend we got drunk. I was laying in bed, and that's when I saw a tall black shadow of a person walk out of my bedroom. I was too drunk to care and just assumed it was my roommate checking on me. But it wasn't. After a couple of days, I kept seeing things out of the corner of my vision. But that honestly isn't new for me. But then one night, my roommate messaged me, asked if I was knocking on her door. I was in bed. She said she kept hearing knocking all along her walls. And at one point, it was at her door, and it was so loud she genuinely thought it was me. At first, I just thought she was hearing the upstairs or the neighbors, but the next night, I heard loud knocking on the wall next to my bed. It sounded just like a person knocking, like my wall's sort of next to the living room, not another unit. The other night, I thought I heard her yell something to me. I messaged her and asked if she said something. She said no. Asked if I just knocked on her door. I said no. Right after this exchange, my cats in the living room started going crazy and hissing. At this point, we both thought somebody had broken into our apartment. Walked into the living room, no one was there. Went into her room. She said she heard what sounded like somebody in boots walking in her living room. Her door faces the living room, by the way. At this point, me and her freaking out. It sounds like somebody was in her living room. Ever since that night, 2 nights ago, we've both been hearing voices, knocking and walking. But this morning she said that she saw a full-on shadow of a person walking alongside a wall. As after that happened, I decided to make this post. We've also been smelling a rotting smell that we can't exactly identify. Any help debunking or similar stories would be appreciated. Men in Black, EOL visits. A very close friend was dying of cancer. He had no religious, spiritual, paranormal beliefs. He was on narcotic medication, which might explain a lot. I've known several terminally ill people who have not experienced anything like what he did. Again, doesn't mean it didn't play a part. Several months before his final decline, not on pain meds, he began interacting occasionally with someone invisible to others. Mostly brief comments. "Get out of here. Shut the fuck up." And when pressed, he admitted that he was seeing a tall man with undefined features in a black suit and a tie, apparently staring at him, somehow waiting. He said he knew it sounded nuts, but asked me to believe him. After a while, the man began telling him that he'd be taking him, quote-unquote, away, and it would be sooner than later. Friend's angry exchanges with him to leave got even more in depth. Then he started seeing 3 men in black. The 2 new ones shorter, all sitting silently on a sofa at the foot of his bed. And he wasn't yet in hospice. Each holding a folded black suit like theirs. Friends said that they were insisting he put one on. Around that time, we started also asking if we saw those damn kids, in quotes. Short, blurry, black kid-type creatures. They'd dart around in his bedroom. He was afraid of them. Kind of annoyed, too, by the men in black. And by the way, the men in black is my term. He didn't call them that. One night he told me that he and the first men in black were friends now. He was seriously considering putting his suit on, but he was afraid the kids would do horrific things to him once he did. He'd done some regrettable things in life. He knew about them. He lost 80% of his voice right before he died, and the day he did die, he clearly and fearfully cried out, "The damn kids!" Apparently they were upon him. The men in black had lied. I've heard of the Hat Man, Shadow People, EOL visions, and more, but these men in black and the kids seemed very different. It all scared me, for my buddy at the very least. Wondering if anybody else has had or heard of anything similar. Creeped out by experience, and now stuck with nightmares. So this is a bit of a strange one and a bit long. But when I was 9, my grandmother passed away. I remember asking to see her grave, and eventually my parents took me. We were going for a day trip to the beach. My parents took me and my sisters to go see it. We took a very different way to the beach so we could pass the cemetery and pop in. I remember every single detail, from the teddy bear in the grave my mom said was left by her sister. What my mom said, the lettering on the grave, my dad saying that he would turn the car around at the turning at the bottom. Every single detail. The only strange thing was that the drive back out of the cemetery seemed so much longer than going in. I mean, like a lot longer. Everyone in the car was so quiet. My 9-year-old brain just thought it was a big graveyard and everybody was sad. Then for a while after, I'd ask my mom to visit the grave and she'd say, "Yeah, soon." Then it was a mix of, like, sometimes it would be, "Yeah, soon," and she doesn't have a grave till... Like, is it soon, or does she not have a grave? I was confused and stopped asking. But I always held the memory so close. 23 years later, I'm doing a lot of ancestral research and asked my mom about Nan's grave. She said she doesn't have one, and she was cremated and her ashes were spread in the Garden of April in the cemetery. There's not even a marker. Confused, I told her what I remembered, and she said that it was impossible. Spoke to my dad, he said the same. Spoke to my older sister, she said the same. Finally, my younger sister, she couldn't remember properly, but remembered visiting a grave that could have been Grant's. I spoke to my husband about it, and we decided to go take a look. It's pretty far from where we live, and going through the gate was the same as I remember. The grass and trees were the same as I remember, and the car park, the gates to the graves you could drive to. There's even an area to turn around at the bottom. The road looked the same. Everything. The only thing was, the road to the area was very short, though. Literally 70 feet, if that. Everything was the same as I remember. But there's no grave, it's only a garden for ashes. I checked the graves at the bottom end, and she wasn't there. So I'm just shocked, because what I believed for such a long time isn't true. Now, this may seem like a random memory of a grieving 9-year-old, but this isn't the only one. So like I said, I'm on a path to find where our ancestors are buried. Find out a bit about them too. Moving over to another cemetery, Arnos Vale. It's picturesque and Victorian. It's a beautiful place. My dad would tell me about how his gran used to take him to visit. His mom was a child and kept the grave pristine. So I thought I'd go try and find this grave. It's a huge place, but with the directions from my dad, I found it easily. cleaned the grave up a bit. It was quite overgrown. I had permission from the people who run the site. So while I stood there just after finishing, everything went so quiet. The wind stopped, and I couldn't hear any people or cars. No grasshoppers, nothing. It was so still. Then I felt a really strange presence up the path. The bushes were moving like the wind was blowing, but there was no sound. I was creeped out by the feeling, and I went home, and all night I knew I had to go back. Something was missing, and I needed to find it. So the next day, I did go back, past my great-great-grandmother's grave and up the path. I walked for what felt like ages. Quite healthy, but quite tired, and stopped to take a break. This path was uphill and winding. When I stopped, I looked at the grave I was standing next to, and, well, I recognized the name. Pulled my phone out, looked at my family tree, and found it. It was my great-great-grandmother's brother. I was shocked, but I was excited. I knew there was something there, and I was right. The path back seemed so long I continued walking up the hill and round, eventually looping back around to where I started. I didn't go back for a few weeks, and I decided to go tend to my great-great-grandmother's grave again, then on to her brother's grave. It was a walk, but I thought exercise is exercise. Now the path I walked before that took such a long time was only 40 feet down the path. It took no time at all. Now I'm confused. Twice in 2 different cemetery paths have been a lot longer than what they are. I now have reoccurring nightmares that I'm stuck walking down long paths in cemeteries. I can't get out. Well, I certainly know why you're having those dreams. So would I. Weird bell ringing in the woods. I'd love to know if anybody knows what this means or could debunk this. But this happened in our Upper Peninsula of Michigan. This is 2 weeks ago. Me and 2 of my friends were going on a walk at his papa's cabin, which is very isolated. The closest neighbor is over 5 miles away. We were going on a walk to like a bear blind his papa has made. A bear blind, never heard of that. It's about a mile-long trail of rugged snow-covered hilly terrain, very dense bush. We began walking around 4:45 p.m. Everything was great. The sunset, skies are clear, 50-degree breeze blowing. About 3/4 of the way, though, one of my other friends hears a bell ring. It's pretty close to us. Sounded maybe 15 feet away. We look over and there's nothing but trees, leaves, and endless woods. We both stared at each other with our eyes wide, just asking if we heard that bell. We both nod, but my other friend didn't hear it. I believe it's because he was wearing a ski mask and a hoodie over his ears, while me and my other friend had nothing over our ears. We were questioning whether to go toward it, but I said we probably shouldn't. His papa has nothing built out there except tree stands and trail cams. I feel like there shouldn't be anything that, well, would make that noise, especially as close as it was. Both described the bell to have a pitch of the doors that have bells on them when a door swings open, but it was a singular ding. What's weird was the direction of where the sound came from was a drop-off to a steep hill that goes down about 40 feet. I just read some stories about hearing bells in the woods, and some people were saying it was spirits warning you to get away from their area. But I don't know. If anybody knows what it could mean, that'd be awesome. It was very creepy. Never made it to the bear blind. I don't know if anybody else knows what you mean more than you. Demonic entity in the house. About 10 years ago, I lived in a haunted house in Australia. It was a real creepy old place, and from the start, shit was weird. Started off with the AC turning off and on and blasting freezing air in winter, but only when we left the house. It had a hallway that went behind our lounge room, and every time somebody would walk down it, the TV went to snow. So one night, we're sitting there watching TV, just the 2 of us. Then all of a sudden, we hear running footsteps run down the hallway towards us. The TV goes to snow, and when we expect to see somebody come blasting around the corner, nothing. I could still hear the running footsteps as they came right up to where I was sitting on the couch. Then it stopped. I was shaken. This house had a bathroom about 3 meters from the bedroom. One night I woke up suddenly to the sound of running water. I tried to wake my boyfriend at the time, but he was dead asleep. I got up to have a peek around the corner, and I could see the bathroom sink on full blast. My blood ran cold. I felt my stomach drop. I ran back to bed and I hid like I was 5. This type of thing was happening constantly, to the point where I was suggesting putting up cameras in the house, but my boyfriend just refused. He was very scared of, what he would capture. One night we both fell asleep in the lounge room. I was woken up, but a thud happened to my left. Boyfriend was to my right. I immediately opened my eyes and looked to my left when I saw nothing. I then looked right to check to see if it was still there, and when I looked at his face, he had his eyes wide open, glaring at me with his mouth open like he was about to scream, but he was frozen. And that was terrifying. By the way, he remembered none of this. We had a kitten come stay with us for a while, and one day he left it in the house to go, and got home, couldn't find it anywhere until we heard its meowing coming from inside a key-locked room with absolutely no way it could have gotten in. This thing was physical with me also. I was watching TV by myself when I heard it run to the lounge room, and this time it didn't stop. Ran to the back of me and ripped my ponytail downways. Forced my head to jolt back. I was so scared I just started crying in disbelief. I had instances where I would be walking through the house and I could hear it walking behind me, even talking a couple of steps after it just stopped just to creep closer to me. I'm sure more happened in this house, but this is all I can remember, and to this day, the experience from that house still terrifies me. Can anyone help me figure out what I witnessed years ago? Okay, this happened years ago, and I mean decades when I say that. I was driving down a pretty rural road in Alabama with my now ex-husband. And there was what I can only describe, and I've attempted to draw what I say as a red stick figure with a triangular head run across the road in front of my car. I was running from left to right, and if that matters, in a sort of strangle-wobbly fashion. Its head seemed to move back and forth in an unsteady, unbalanced way, almost as if it could fall backwards if it ran too fast. Its arms flailed up and down in a horrible imitation of how we use our arms when running. It was more like a flail as well. The legs were bent backwards at the knee like some birds. I don't remember getting any feelings from it. It just happened so fast there wasn't much time besides glancing at my ex and, well, did you just see that? He described exactly what I saw, so I know it wasn't a hallucination. Several years later, I saw the Coco Pelli statue in Utah. I was reminded of what I saw, and the movement presented by examples of the petroglyphs displayed there. I've attempted to draw what I saw, and I've no artistic talent at all, but hopefully it helps if my description isn't clear enough. Does anybody know what this could be? It reminds me of the wacky waving, inflatable arm flailing 2 men outside of used car lots. Except scary. My house is haunted. Yeah. So 2 years ago I moved in with my mom. And before that I didn't notice anything strange. The only thing I did notice was this weird feeling that makes you kind of uncomfortable. Thought it was just me because I wasn't used to being in that house. I almost never went there because it was far from my dad's house. At this moment, my room was beside the front door, and I remember as soon as I walked into the room, I felt like somebody was there. Yeah, that feeling. And over time, I began to feel trapped, like my room was like a cell and I wasn't allowed to go out. I started to feel extremely sad and also angry, but mostly sad. And also after weeks, I just didn't want to get out of my room. I know, it can be a lot of things. I have moved, and it was while the pandemic was happening, and I did miss my dad. But my mom decided that I was going to be upstairs with my sisters, and that my brothers would take my room because it was bigger. I was upset, but life. Then shit happened, and it kept happening. One, I started to feel like somebody was holding or hugging me when I was trying to fall asleep. Yeah, I was crying because even though it wasn't anything bad, it still was scary because it's not normal if your brain is just like, there's a problem, girl. Sometimes it was also caressing my hair or just touching me. Keeps going. 2, sometimes it knocks on my door or tries to open it. Or I hear footsteps, like for example, my room is next to the stairs and I hear somebody walking down or up the stairs, like knocks on the wall and windows, things like that. I often hear whispers, people talking, but not voices that I know. That was number 3. Number 4, the biggest thing that happens, at least to me, was 5 months ago. We have an attic, so since I'm upstairs, I'm right below the attic, and one night about 2 or 3 a.m. I heard a ball rolling. Then the footsteps of a child running the same direction as the ball. My curiosity was too strong, so after a few days later, I was curious, but I was afraid to die, so it took me a while to decide. Don't touch me. I decided to go visit my wonderful attic, and guess what? No floor, nothing. Just moss and dust. So how the fuck I heard these footsteps, I don't know. And even if it was an animal, I wasn't supposed to hear any noise if there was no floor. So this is what I noticed, but there is more. The first room I had was before my stepfather's and my mother's room. She told me that she often woke up in a panic because she was drowning. Yep, you read that right, she was drowning. She had water in her lungs and her mouth, and she woke up and she would spit out water. Lots of water. Our attic has burning walls. We don't know why, but we think it's part of the reason why the house is haunted. In our basement, there's a pentacle drawn with paint. Hope it was paint, some weird stuff. Don't really know a lot about the basement. My mom doesn't really want to tell me, I guess. But there's so much flies into our house. But our house is clean. I live with household potholders. Our house is clean as fuck, I swear to God. Small rebuttal. Your attic, if the walls are currently burning, put the fire out. You should not have burning walls, but I'm sure the end result has already occurred. And if you have a pentacle drawn with paint in your basement, paint thinner, more paint perhaps, flies in your house, get a bunch of cinnamon and sort of burn it above your stove. If you have a house with windows, make a crosswind and they won't be interested anymore. An old scary story my mom told me. Not long ago, my mom and I were talking about ghosts and scary stuff. Since the house she now has is also haunted, she's lucky. She told me the scariest story she could possibly tell me. That day she needed to do the laundry. For that, you need to get downstairs in the basement. She got downstairs, and while her way down, she started to feel anxious. Watched, a bit scared, that weird bad feeling that tells yourself that you should not stay there. But like I said, she needed to do laundry. So that's what she did. She was putting the clothes in the washing machine. This feeling was still there and it was growing. She tried not to give it attention but kept doing what she was doing. But the sensation of being watched was now more menacing than before. It was harder for her to just ignore it. Then while she was still putting the clothes in the washing machine, she heard something growl. A long, menacing growl. It was coming far from her. So my courageous mom decided to stay there, just going faster because now she was truly scared, understandably. A couple of seconds after, she heard it again, a bit more close to her, a lot more menacing. She finally started that washing machine and now she needed to take the clean clothes and bring them upstairs. I was taking them to transfer them in the basket. She heard it again. It was closer, so close that she felt its breath caressing her neck, and in panic she finally decided to just get upstairs, getting out of the basement. Not even after she got to like the third step, she felt something grabbing her foot. Not exactly, but you know. No, I do not. She almost fell at the hold, and again she heard this growl. Luckily she didn't fall, so she kept going faster, scared. Then not even at the half of it, she suddenly lost her breath. She described it like somebody was strangling her, just without the feeling of hands around the neck. She also felt like there was a hold on her, making it harder for her to step upstairs. It's like somebody was pushing her, forcing her to get back to the basement. Fell at that sudden hold she felt. Without air, she literally needed to crawl upstairs. Plus, she was pregnant at the time, and just imagine how hard it is to crawl and get out of the situation. She finally reached the door, and she said as soon as she passed that door, she closed it, and her breath came back immediately. She was no longer feeling this weird feeling and this sensation of being watched. She was now safe. I was sleeping in that basement, and I never felt or experienced something like it. I don't know why. Maybe since she's religious, something bad tried to, I don't know, hurt her or something. If somebody has an explanation or questions, it'd be great to read it, and I'll be glad to answer. My late uncle warned me in a dream. This is my first time posting here, and I guess I would say I'm the type of person who would be more likely to accept something as purely coincidental before ever considering it, being connected to the paranormal. That being said, I believe that ghosts exist, that our soul must go somewhere after we pass, but I've never seen cold hard evidence that ghosts can interact with the living. But this would be one of the most compelling experiences I've had in that regard. My entire life, my parents had a couple that were their best friends. We'll call them Ricky and Lucy. Nice choice. Lucy and my dad had gone to the same high school. And my dad met Ricky when he was dating Lucy. I can't believe I confused myself already. Forgive me, for I'm starting over. For my entire life, my parents had a couple that they were best friends with. We'll call them Ricky and Lucy. Lucy and my dad had gone to the same high school. My dad met Ricky when he was dating Lucy. Ricky and Lucy married, my mom and dad married, and they all became very close friends who hung out often. I was frequently around Ricky, Lucy, and their son to the level that I considered them my family. Like an aunt, uncle, and cousin who I spend more time around than any of my actual family members with those titles. Ricky was relocated across the country for work. He went to a coastal city that was a very popular vacation site. It was much different than our small middle-of-nowhere town that I was around maybe 8 years old in. Well, this was a bummer for my parents because they would miss their best friends. But we now had a really cool place to go on vacation to once a year, and we did the following 2 years. My parents enjoyed these trips so much they made huge, spontaneous, and life-changing decisions to move there as well. And this decision no doubt had a monumental impact on the trajectory of my life from the moment forward. I can't imagine the life I would have had if we hadn't moved when I was 11 years old. Our entire family still lived in the small town that we moved from, so we all were out there in that regard. There's Lucy, Ricky, and their son. So they became family even more at that point, spending every holiday and birthday with them at their home, or maybe ours. Now fast forward to 5 years ago. Due to years of binge drinking and not being mindful of how catastrophic that is to a person's health over time, Ricky was diagnosed with some sort of liver or kidney disease. His health declined rapidly. The once boisterous comedian full of life and energy became a more hunched-over, quiet, elderly, and gray man. Literally, he looked gray all over. His skin, his hair, his eyes all went dull. The time I spent with him during the final days were mostly painful. constant reminders that he wasn't the Uncle Ricky that I'd been used to my whole life. He was very irritable. Everybody was sad, and it was simply painful. And forget me, Lucy was clearly devastated. She held herself together very admirably, but nobody would have faulted her if not. Even in those final days, there were a couple of moments that Uncle Ricky looked at me while saying goodbye, and I saw an old glimmer in his eyes flash back. Where he cracked or would he come back in the midst of a tense moment, I was reminded that he was still there. But the inevitable day came when my dad came to my brother and I, trying to hold back his tears. He couldn't. He informed us that Uncle Ricky had passed away. We hugged him as he let out his tears, and it was the only time I'd ever seen my dad really cry. Sometime within the following weeks, I had a dream. I'd walked out into my kitchen to see Uncle Ricky standing there in full health and full energy. I ran to him and hugged him tightly, saying, "I'm so happy that you're alive. Thank God that wasn't real." I was so overjoyed, nearly to tears. Remembering the dream, feeling my heart released from so much concern about my dad's pain and grateful that he wouldn't be so sad anymore. He hugged me back and made some sarcastic joke about my dramatics. Then he said, "Yeah, I'm still here, so don't drink my beer. I need that." Critical detail here is that all Uncle Ricky ever drank was a very mainstream common brand of beer, nothing else. There's no one else in my family or who I knew would commonly drink this beer specifically, but it was such a common brand that it really isn't like something that would be weird for anybody to drink from time to time. Yet it was specifically his one and only common beer of choice, and he drank nothing else besides maybe water from time to time, obviously. I didn't know what he meant, but in the dream I just agreed that I don't have a memory of how it ended. I obviously woke up, but soon realized it was only a dream. The next day I was off work, spending the day at home, relaxing and enjoying myself. I had the urge to have an adult beverage. I didn't feel like driving anywhere or spending much money, so I looked in the refrigerator, hoping maybe there was something I could snag and offer to replace later. I was temporarily staying with my parents at the time and transitioned between moving out of my apartment and moving in with my then boyfriend. I opened the fridge and it was disappointing. As I scanned the shelves, just hoping there was something, anything would be fine, just for a little buzz. I wasn't a big drinker, I just wanted to add a little bit of jazz to my day. All I could find was a single can of the same beer that Uncle Ricky used to drink. If I hadn't had that dream the night before, I'm telling you I would have drunk it no hesitation. It would have served the purpose and needed it for, basically perfectly. But I thought back to that dream and even I thought it was silly and impossible, surely. I ultimately decided not to drink it. Didn't want to get some type of bad juju on me, so I just got over it and got some from the store. The story would have been kind of interesting if I left it just that. But there's more. A day or two later, I saw the can open and empty at the counter's edge where we placed cans to take out to the recycling bin. My mom was in the kitchen baking something while that was happening. I asked her what she was making. She said she was making beer bread for Lucy. It was to serve at Ricky's celebration of life the following day, and he made that with the last can of beer that was left in the refrigerator when he died. I felt a rush of shock. I said, "Wait, was that the can of beer that was in her refrigerator the past couple of days?" My mom confirmed, "Yeah." I couldn't believe it. I was so relieved in that moment that I had not drunk the beer. I started imagining the heartbreak that would have caused Lucy, specifically due to the sentimental value of it being the very last specific can of beer that Rick had ever purchased for himself. I felt very strongly in that moment that Ricky had actually visited me in my dream to intervene. He saved me from the shame and guilt of ruining the final moment of honoring her husband that Lucy needed to put her at ease. Saved Lucy from the pain of having that taken away. After already losing the love of her life, I was so grateful he had done that. Could this have been a coincidence? Sure, but I will add I rarely, dream as an adult, and I rarely so vividly remember my dreams. But this one really sticks, and I know I would have downed that beer without a second thought had I not had the dream. The fact that it wasn't just a random beer somebody had purchased was the actual last beer left behind by Uncle Ricky himself. So powerful and compelling. What do you think? I would say that boat holds some water. I think an entity apologized to me in my sleep last night. Growing up, we lived in what used to be an old Victorian boarding house in London. The street used to be an old carriageway, so the house had a lot of people passing by it. My family moved into it when I was 4. From what I've been told, the house was pretty much sitting vacant for 7 years before we moved in. The previous owners never wanted to sell it, but didn't reside in it either. We never got a reason why this happened, and we hardly knew anything about them. And from the day we moved in, I felt like there were eyes on me. I was only 4, but to this day I can remember the sensation and how vulnerable it made me feel. The worst was the attic. It had been converted to a bedroom. And I know kids are scared of the dark and monsters under the bed, but this was different. It wasn't just a normal fear, it was nauseating. When I went up there, I'd feel heavy and sweaty and be overwhelmed by this angry sadness. Between the ages of 7 and 9-ish, I'd hear voices up there. They didn't say anything specific, they just whispered, and I could never make out what they were saying. Things eventually calmed down, the house felt quiet. Felt kind of peaceful and kind of light. Stayed that way until I was 17. My mother had just divorced my ex-stepdad when things started going downhill again. At first, it was just feelings. Sadness, cold sensations, and some anger. Then the house itself started malfunctioning. Fire alarm would go off once a day. The pipes burst, the basement would constantly flood with sewage. And all of this could be chalked up to living in an old house. But everything started the exact day my stepfather moved out. At this point, I'd moved into the attic bedroom. My mom decided I was old enough not to share a room with my twin anymore. Didn't feel safe up there, but my twin wouldn't let me move back in with her. At 17, I would sleep on the floor in my mom's room. Otherwise, I'd be plagued with the most horrid dreams of hands reaching out from my closet and wailing. And one time when I was sleeping, 2 jars next to my bed made this popping sound and shattered for no apparent reason. I was sick all the time and my hair started falling out. Doctors couldn't find anything wrong with me. Finally, my mother decided that the house held, maybe bad memories from her marriage. She decided to sell it. I was so happy. Weird things still happened though. Felt like they were escalating. A couple of days before we moved out, my twin and I saw the same apparition. Sounds kind of funny now, but it wasn't back then. I saw what looked like a shadow coming out of the floorboards. It was a tall man in a top hat, and he had no, definable features. I screamed so loudly and ran as fast as I could out of there. On the way to my mother's room, I ran into my twin, who was actually hysterically crying. She had seen long legs dangling from her ceiling. Her room was directly below mine. It was one of the scariest things that ever happened to me. We both slept in my mom's room that night, and eventually the time came to move out, and eventually in our new house was eventually normal. If I could say eventually enough. Life was normal, and I was happy to put all that stuff behind me. Occasionally think about it, but pretty much moved on. That was until last night where I had the most real feeling dream. In my dream, I saw a white light and glowing hands. Felt like it was saying sorry for not keeping me safe. I didn't speak, but I know that's what it was trying to say. I don't know why, but I know in my gut that this has to do with my childhood home. I know my story can be easily dismissed as like an overactive childhood imagination and living in an old house, but I know I'm not crazy. Whatever happened in my dream last night has made me feel that everything's come to a close. If you haven't read this, thank you. I just have to get this off my chest. And you are indeed correct. Everything has come to a close. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, where the supernatural and the eerie become reality. hit subscribe and turn on notifications to follow our newest ghostly tales. Enjoy the adventure into the unknown. I saw myself. True story. I want to start by saying that I really want to believe the things I've seen or experienced were just my mind playing tricks on me, but it's happened too often for me to dismiss it entirely. I was raised to believe that ghosts don't exist, but I also grew up hearing ghostly experiences from the same people who told me that. So I never truly dismissed the idea of ghosts. I just feel like we all share space, and as long as we don't bother each other, it's fine. That said, I want to share the first very visible paranormal encounter I had. It was March 2015. I just finished my finals that day. After returning from school, I took a nap, felt refreshed, and around 7 p.m. there was a power cut. Power cuts are fairly common where I live, so I decided to pass the time by walking along the pathway leading to our garage. That was between our houses and our garden. It was dark, but the moonlight provided enough visibility. I could see the road outside our property clearly, but where I was standing, it wasn't visible to anyone passing by. Like a typical teenager, I stood there listening to music, just doing random things. After a while, I was standing in front of the garage facing the road. That's when I suddenly felt someone behind me. Before I could turn around, I sensed that this person was bending down towards my right side. I could see a face behind my right elbow. I turned my head to look, and it was me. I was staring at myself, but the other me had this huge grin that I'll never forget. Honestly, I've tried to mimic it in front of mirrors. Physically can't do it. I ran, or more like speed-walked back into the house, unable to explain what I'd just seen. It was just me and my mother at home at the time. It wasn't even past 8 p.m. When I told her what happened, she joked that it might be one of the guys who got murdered in her property in the 40s. Apparently, the property used to be a well-known garden open to the public, and according to one of my grandfather's friends, 3 murders had taken place in one day there, after which people stopped visiting the garden as much. Yeah. After this incident, there were other small occurrences that I sort of ignored. At one point, I stayed in the house alone for as long as 5 months. Even during those months, I would experience things randomly. I felt taps on my shoulder, heard clapping, and once I heard what sounded like whispers outside our living room window. That particular incident made me stay awake in the living room until dawn, fearing we were about to be robbed. I'm more scared of humans than ghostly beings. These tiny occurrences didn't really bother any of my family members. But then something happened in early 2023. My grandmother was dementia and had moved in with us. We saw it as just having somebody attending to her so she wouldn't wander off, which she had tried to do multiple times. Grandma had her own sofa in the living room, and she would only sit there. This sofa was visible from the dining room, which was connected to my room, so whenever I left my room, I would see her sitting on her sofa. One evening, I decided to take a nap in my room while my mom sat with my grandma. It was just the 3 of us at home. It was around 4 p.m., everything was fairly bright. We still had our living room lights on. Instead of taking a nap, I was scrolling through my phone with headphones on when my mom suddenly came running into my room. She frantically said something that I couldn't hear over my loud headphones. By the time I took them off, all I could hear was, "Help, Grandma!" She ran out of my room toward the kitchen, trying to get to our backyard where my grandma was sitting on the floor. For some reason, she would always sit on the floor, like she was heavy enough that only my dad or I could lift her up. So I jumped out of the bed and ran after my mom. But as I passed by the living room, I saw my grandma sitting on the sofa. So while running, I tried to ask my mom why she was heading to the backyard when Grandma was in the living room. But before I could even finish my sentence, I stepped outside into the backyard and saw my grandma sitting on the floor. I stood still for a few seconds, confused. My mom was struggling to lift her up, and I eventually composed myself and helped her. That's when I realized that the grandma, who was sitting on the sofa, was wearing a different dress. I told my parents about this, That was the same very evening. Also brought up what I had experienced back in 2015. That's when Mom mentioned that she too had experienced some unexplainable things. Nothing as visible as what I had seen, but she had felt things and feelings. Since that day, the activities have become more common occurrences. The creepiest one for me is when I felt as if someone was climbing onto my bed while I was on it. It's like my bed was creaking the same way it does when somebody climbs onto it. Thought it could be my breathing, so I held my breath for a good 20 seconds and stayed still. Bed was still creaking. I freaked out, jumped out of bed, turned on the lights. But, as usual, there was nothing. When I got back into bed, the creaking stopped. My parents are usually very dismissive of the idea of ghosts, but even they have sensed things that they can't explain. All we know is that whatever or whoever that might be, it isn't harmful. Still, I'd like to believe that my mind is just making things up. Sleep paralysis demon for 2. So I've had sleep paralysis just about my whole life in different spurts. Started when I was around 13. Coincidentally, around the same time, I started believing in having paranormal encounters. But here's where things sort of take a turn. My husband now has sleep paralysis, sees the same things I do. And this wasn't always the case. He didn't start experiencing this until he married me. And then, after we bought our first house together. The first time he experienced it, he was screaming like a mumbled screaming in the bed next to me. He's screaming my name and yelling help. I woke him up for him to tell me about a tall, hunched black figure with a red face watching him, smiling and blinking next to the bed behind us, like right beside him. I see that same figure, and I've detail for detail since my teenage years. And fast forward to one of our most recent encounters. It was a few months ago, probably around January or February. I was asleep in our bedroom and he was on the couch because it's softer and his back was out. I awoke to my paralyzed state and I knew immediately what was going to happen. And it's happened so many times before. There's the figure, black, solid black, not wispy, not see-through, smoke-solid black. Towering, maybe 7 feet tall with a haunch to it. It's bent slightly, head sort of cocked to the right, and this awful brick red face with these huge black eyes that are like an abyss. It's always got this Jokeresque-like smile. It's just way too wide to be human. Sometimes I can see its pointy, sharp rows of teeth. Sometimes not. Tonight I couldn't. I'm panicking in my paralyzed state, feeling that it might finally get me. Then I'm woken by my husband, who says I was screaming his name, but it sounded muffled, like I had a mouthful of food or I was drunk. He made some awful dark humor jokes about it, like dark humor, and well, I moved to the couch also to escape my fear. And suddenly, I'm awake again, but not awake. It's 3 a.m. and I'm frozen again. This time on the couch, opposite of the husband, and I'm watching the figure watch my husband, and he's mumbling help and my name. Just as I was 3 hours earlier. After what feels like an eternity, I yell his name so loud he sits up and shakes his head, jumping up to turn the light on in the living room. I don't even remember waking up this time. I was just magically up, watching him flip lights on everywhere. This encounter shook my husband so hard that he now currently takes 3 different sleep medications and 1 sleep medication to cease his ability to dream, end quote. I wish I knew what this damn thing was, or what it wanted, how I could make it leave. The last episode I had usually was about 1 or maybe 2 weeks, sitting on my chest, just grinning that awful grin. So tired. Literally. Psychically and mentally. In the latest of nightmare loops and awful sleep paralysis episodes. laying in bed half asleep, half awake. I'm in that between space, where everything is shifty and insidious. Then my eyes pop open. The room is dark, pitch black, except that tiny bit of light seeping over the top of my door from the adjacent bathroom. I sigh. Here we go again. Twitching my fingers, trying desperately to pinch myself to double-check my reality. It's failing me. I can't move a muscle. So now I know. A light bulb clicks. This is a dream. Another nightmare loop. Honey, come here. It's not James. I know for certain it is my husband. But God, it's so identical it makes my skin crawl and my stomach turn. The fuck out now, you are not my husband, I'm screaming. But it's not screams, it's jumbled alphabet soup. Clawing at my jaw desperately. Animalistic instinct urging me to pry my mouth open and scream. It's not working. The panic starts to set in. I can hear my heart, my pulse a steady rhythm just behind my ears. I manage to fling myself forward and lurch out of bed, stumbling, fumbling through the room and bumping into everything on wobbly knees. I make it to our little open kitchen and living area, and there he is, or it is, sitting patiently, so cool and collected, waiting for me. But his head is turned so I can't see his face. I'm not sure why, but I'm still drunkenly, making even closer to this obscure Stepford version of my husband. My panic is surely painfully obvious. Does he smell it or sense it? I can see like an awkward, lopsided smile. The whole 30-second escapade to him feels like time had stood still. It's like it's taking me 30 decades to reach him, not mere moments. And I do eventually, and I'm trembling. I feel like I'm treading 1,000 pounds of water, pushing forth every ounce of energy I have into me to scream. You're not James. Why? Why won't you just leave me alone? But it comes out as a sort of squeaky chirp, as if it was said by like a small child. But I am him, dear. And as it says this, my hands reach to either side of my face to cup it. That's as I let out a blood-curdling scream. It's James, but his face is dark and hollow and sunken in. His eyes are missing. Just hollow black abyss staring back into me so deep I can feel myself being lost in them. There is a row of god-awful, jagged, sharply pointed fangs, shining up through his cracked, dry, and pitiful lips into that lopsided, nefarious smile. And then I'm awake. And my James, my real husband, is shaking me violently and blurting obnoxiously loud, "Wake up!" More New York ghost stories. This is just stories from another circumstance in New York. At one point, my stepdad and my grandmother got into an argument. It wasn't the first time. She threw him out after having enough. However, my mom felt that meant she was kicking all of us out. Packed up most of her stuff and went to NYCHA. It's a homeless assistance office. We had to apply for shelter. A few days sleeping there later, and we were placed in a shelter in Harlem on East 135th. It's the kind where it was like a normal apartment, but fully furnished in pretty horrible shape. All the furnishings, walls, doorways, floorboards, even appliances had people's names and miscellaneous dates on them. Some carved on, some burned on with a lighter, written with a Sharpie. It was very eerie in general, but some people drew pictures like eyes or wrote sad poems in English and Spanish in random places. The vibe was horribly, horribly sad. The only experience I had was a ghost, well, at least the only ghost-related experience I had was seeing a shadow hanging from a bedroom closet. It was often just sort of there. Didn't do anything to anybody, just existed. There was some olive oil around while doing some Spanish prayer. Said that we'd be fine from then on. Well, that seems random. Some olive oil around while doing some Spanish prayers. But I would have nightmares in that department very, very often about my stepdad getting possessed and murdering all of us. In the nightmare, I'd run out a very different way, but always somehow end up back in the house to him strangling me before killing himself. I always wondered if something like that happened in there and I was seeing it from my perspective. Maybe it was like a warning as tension in the family was very high and my stepdad was highly mentally unstable. I don't know. It's just a very frequent nightmare to the point I had to be placed in therapy. I was always very aware that every turn or door would lead me back to the house and that death would be inevitable. But unlike the usual nightmare, I wasn't able to start lucid dreaming and change it. It was just something to endure. That was another thing. I had nightmares very often as a child. Extreme nightmares. Wasn't a fan of horror movies at that age because they scared me too much, even the posters were too much for me. But my childhood was spent with very little sleep because of the severity of the nightmares. Eventually, before I knew it had a name, I would lucid dream. I'd feel the scary stuff start and I would change it so I could make it something more pleasant. However, lucid dreaming often left me very tired. I was never really truly well rested. To avoid this, I'd sometimes let the nightmare happen, if it was tolerable. But they were really bad for a child, really. At 9, I had a dream that I was paralyzed and being eaten by mice in the apartment. I've had dreams where I'd been shot, stabbed, even tortured. And these nightmares are always more extreme. They were more extreme when I was in either my grandma's house or the Arthur Avenue apartment described above. This one, also near Arthur Avenue, always makes me sort of sad when I think about it. My stepdad never let me walk to school alone. It was really very far, but I did try to walk to school alone from my grandma's house. But this neighborhood was worse. He was convinced I'd be kidnapped or tricked out or murdered. He was probably right. Regardless, on our walks to school, it wasn't unusual to pass somebody sort of strung out or otherwise just homeless on the ground. It was as common as pigeons. But one day, my stepdad and I passed a pile of garbage bags on the sidewalk. I'll never ever forget that pile because on top, there was a woman lying on top of a dirty Tweety bird pillow, buck naked. Her hair matted, she just laid on top of all that garbage facing upwards. Her face was hollow, not an unusual expression for the drug addicts in the area, but stepdad pulled me aside and put his body closer to her, sort of shielding me. He whispered to me not to look at her, but I couldn't help but watch the entire time we passed. Once we walked past her, I turned around, but she wasn't there. It was just that dirty Tweety pillow. I didn't know what to do. He very clearly saw it too. Asked him where the lady went, and he said, "Just mind your business." I think about that every so often. Wonder what happened to her. Maybe she was in that pile of trash bags and I could have done something. But I was only 10. Who'd have believed me? They even taken me seriously, I don't know. And even if they did, they'd likely write it off as another drugged-out prostitute, even if she wasn't. Across from St. Elizabeth Church in the Washington Heights, there used to be these 2 townhomes covered in ivy. They were on this very, very steep hill. I had to sort of pass that to come home from school. It was one of the only other routes to the school. It was like a lot of stairs or like a tunnel that at this time had no lights on, and is usually filled with men. One of these townhomes, a 16-year-old girl was raped and murdered on Valentine's Day by somebody renting a room from her parents. Of course, at this time, I hadn't known that. I didn't discover that until an article was written about the place after it was torn down. What I knew then was that that house gave me the creeps. I would cross the street whenever it was time to pass it, just because being near it was too scary. There was this noticeable chill in the air when passing, and the atmosphere was very noticeably thicker there. It's like, it almost felt like there was a wall surrounding it. Well, in 2011, my cousin and I were getting too old for bodega trick-or-treating. Neither of us were really mean enough to follow the other kids our age and bully the smaller ones. So we decided to go to try different spots in Washington Heights. That's where we felt there would be weird juju, as we put it. We walked around at different spots and got scared enough to be entertained, and well, we just wandered off. That was until my cousin proposed visiting that ivy-covered house. I contested, saying that place was just too weird. I said it had something evil going on in it, that any abandoned building not crawling with crackheads and homeless people is a red flag for something serious. He, as expected from a 12-year-old boy, called me a pussy and a chicken. Finally, we marched off. We get to that super steep hill and we're standing in the chilled October air trying to get the other to go first. Until eventually, my cousin takes the plunge, walks up to the house and looks up at it, takes one step toward the wooden door, in quotes, I guess you could call it that, starts running back up to the top of the hill speed. I remember the look in his face when he reached the top and he said, "No, I'm not bugging, that place is weird." I ask what happened and he says, "Go see." He came down with me but stayed a safe distance behind me. He stopped once I got too close to this creepy old house. I didn't even go near the door like he did. I could swear I heard a very faint sob. Despite being a bit brisk outside, the air was freezing there. My comfortable outfit now felt severely underdressed. The air was so horribly thick it was almost hard to breathe. I was caught with this immense fear for a moment before running for the life of me back up the hill. My cousin grabbed my hand and we ran as fast as our legs could take them. The house was gone now. It wasn't until I was sort of recanting the story to somebody else that I decided to Google the history of that place. That was when I found the article detailing the crime which happened there. There's now a big empty lot in the house's place, but when I visit home, I still cross the street when I have to walk past it. I'm not religious and feel no solace necessarily by the big church there, but I always wish for peace whatever exists there. Grandma's house. My grandmother lives in a pre-war apartment building in New York City. It was built in 1918. The apartment has 10-foot ceilings with hardwood floors throughout it. The exception being intricate tile work in the bathroom and kitchen. The apartment is a classic New York setup. That's where when you open the front door, you walk into a long hallway with various rooms on either side and a bathroom facing the front door. This apartment is incredibly haunted, and has had many sightings from several family members, even guests since my grandpa moved in '87. I'm going to share a few of my experiences in this house. I could fill a book with all my encounters just in New York City alone, but these are the ones that impacted me the most. My oldest one was from when I was around 4 years old. It's my oldest memory, but it's clung to me for years. My mom and I were at the time sleeping in the bedroom closest to the front door. My grandmother and uncle slept in the bedroom closest to the bathroom. I was woken up in the middle of the night to what appeared to be a little boy looking at me. I opened my mouth to scream. He'd made a sort of a shh gesture, pointing the finger over the lips. You can hear it. Ran out of the room. Terrified, I ran to my mom's bed and tried to wake her, but she had yelled at me for waking her and told me to go away. Still scared, I braced the dark and ran across the long, dark hallway to the room my grandma and uncle were in. I crawled into my grandma's bed and told her I saw a boy that I didn't know, and they were in the house, and I was scared. She said I was dreaming and just let me lay in the bed with her. But then they had gotten up to use the bathroom. I begged her to let me go with her, and she agreed so long as I faced away. She goes to the bathroom, leaves the door open, and I sit on the floor facing the front door in the darkness as she's using the toilet. Emerging from the living room and into the hallway, I see the boy again. A purplish, almost light wandering around. He faces me, then runs away to another room. The room I'd be sleeping in. I started to cry as my grandma finishes up and tells me to calm down and go to sleep. Back in the room, laying in the bed, Grandma wraps her arms around me, but it was so hard to feel safe because I could see him in the corner watching me. In the morning, he was gone, and I'd never see him again. But multiple children in the family have seen him in the night. The second experience, also in childhood, and in that room by the front door, began having an issue in the middle of the night. I'd be in bed asleep, but woken up with a sense of dread. Every single night I'd be facing the wall. It wasn't sleep paralysis. I was fully capable of moving. However, I'd have this feeling in my gut I can only describe as instinctual urge. Like, do not turn around. I'd have this terrible feeling that if I were to look too awake or to face that direction, something bad or horrible would happen to me. There'd be this very strong presence behind me, and every once in a while I could hear the floor there creak. So I'd lay there. I'd lay as still as I could with my eyes shut tight, waiting for the moment I could fall asleep again. In the morning I'd be lying normally and be fine. This happened every single night I slept in that room. Sometimes I tried being clever by sleeping in another bed. But it would just keep happening, and to this day, if I visit Grandma and she has me sleep there, it happens all over again. Different members of the family have shared an experience with seeing the shadowy figures of a man and a woman in that room, always in the far-off corner by the radiator, but they're often seen in the daytime. At night, you get this eerie feeling of being watched throughout the entire apartment. This feeling of having eyes on you is most severe in the bathroom. That is, at least for the women in the family. You could be home completely and totally alone, decide to pee or shower, and feel like there's someone in there with you. As a kid, I refused to bathe for as long as I could get away with. It was because of this feeling. On occasion, usually when I'm washing my face or I'm otherwise unable to see, I feel a soft touch on my back. Personally, I've never seen an actual apparition in the bathroom, but others have. However, the few men in my family have never made complaints about the bathroom at all. As a kid, I'd often do late-night anime binges. Anime wasn't as popular then as it is now, so I'd be stuck watching Funimation, like upload entire episodes of Full Metal Alchemist on YouTube. It was horrible, but got the job done. All summer long, I'd stay up all night long watching. However, I refused to watch anything scarier after 1 a.m. I had this feeling that something at that time would watch me, and even worse, I could feel its judgment. If I got the feeling it didn't like what I was watching, I'd change it. The pressure in the room would become too immense. It would scare me. Part of the reason I'd watch for too long was because by the time I would realize how late it would be super dark. The hallway has had so many apparitions, and I'd have such a strong presence it'd be too scary to walk to my bed. So I'd simply endure it and kind of head to bed whenever the sun creeped up. I told my boyfriend, and now ex-husband, about my grandma's super haunted house. He'd never believed me, always said ghosts aren't real and that there was some explanation for the happenings in that house. But one day, our apartment lost power. We were sleeping on an air mattress. The bed would slowly deflate without any power, and we had no way of inflating it. I called my grandma, and she agreed to let us sleep there until the power gets fixed in the morning. We were only 7 blocks away, so we packed a backpack and went over. My grandma's room is now the room closest to the front door. My uncle sleeps alone in the room closest to the bathroom, in the spare bedroom across from the kitchen, and my cousin and her daughter staying there at the time. So Grandma said that we have to sleep in the living room. I explained to my then boyfriend that the living room could be creepy, but once again he brushed my worries aside. Bedtime eventually comes. We're laying on an air mattress in the living room. I'm trying to ignore that feeling of being watched. I'm trying to sleep. That's when he gets very close to me and whispers in my ear, Do you feel like somebody's watching us? I told him that I already told him that that's normal here. Try to ignore it, but he just whispers back, I can't ignore it, it's driving me crazy. Eventually, he says he'd rather just sleep on the floor at her place and starts packing. I choose to stay at my grandma's, and he left. The next day back at my apartment, I jokingly asked if he believed me about Grandma's house being haunted. He said ghosts aren't real at all, and that it's probably just because of the park near my grandma's house somehow. Jump about a year later. Well, I had given birth. Gave birth to my first child, and my grandma refused to let us go back into my old apartment due to safety issues. It's a long story in and of itself. So, straight from the hospital, we went to Grandma's house. My cousin moved out of the extra room across the kitchen, and we moved right in with the new baby. This extra room we called the safe room. It's the only room in the house with zero activity or incidents, besides the door next to it sometimes unlocking or slamming shut. My husband was very open about his disbelief of ghosts and other paranormal creatures after moving in. I'd often shush him, but he would just kind of exclaim it louder. "Ghosts aren't real, it's just stupid. Show me something, ghosts, show me." I'd plead with him to just keep quiet, but he refused and found it so funny. One night, baby's crying, and I sleepily ask him to get a bottle from the fridge that I pumped earlier. He gets up, drags himself across the hall to the kitchen without even bothering to turn on the hall or kitchen light on the way. A few minutes later, he runs back with his eyes wide and he's gasping for breath. He slams the door and locks it. He's asking over and over what's wrong, what happened, are you okay? And eventually he just says, "Ghosts are definitely real. I'm sorry for doubting you. They're fucking real. And I think they're mad at me." According to him, he's in the kitchen. He's warming up the bottle when he hears slow, heavy footsteps dragging themselves down the hallway. At first he ignored it and he said he believed it was my uncle. That was until the footsteps stopped at the doorway to the kitchen. Still thinking it was my uncle maybe wanting something, he turned around from the stove and he was met with a tall, wide figure standing in the doorway. He said it looked like a shadow and would have touched the ceiling if it wasn't hunched over. It faced him and stood between the room the baby and I were in the kitchen. He described the presence as threatening. Quickly, he turned on the kitchen light and ran into the room when it disappeared. He now fully believes in ghosts, and he said that he has nightmares about that night sometimes. Ghost? I'm a 37-year-old U.S. Army veteran. When I was active duty, I was married and lived on post in a house as opposed to the barracks. I've never believed, nor disbelieved in ghosts, but after my experience in 2009, I'm not sure what to believe. I spent most of my time in college studying physics in all forms, theoretical, particle, etc. And I'm a man of science. While living on post with my wife and son, strange things began to happen in the master bedroom where we slept. It started as dumb and random things, like the alarm clock getting shut off so I'd be late to formation. The TV would turn off and on and change channels as well. The radio would come on in the bedroom at random. Basically every horror movie trope you're familiar with. After a while, we started to notice it was happening around 3 a.m. every morning. We eventually got to the point where we moved literally everything out of that room. We set up a place to sleep in the living room. Most of the house was packed up because I was flying out the next day to go on another tour. Afghanistan this time. So we had a mattress, a dresser, clothes, entertainment center, and the TV. The bedroom was completely cleaned out as we were selling the place, but she was going to go back to Michigan while I was deployed. The room itself was roughly 20 by 25 feet. The door opened inward and was framed on the far left against the wall. Directly across on a 45-degree angle on the back right was the window for the room. On the windowsill sat a remote control for the AC in the house. There's also a closet on the same wall as the door, a wall with a door like the front right. I walked down the hallway with my wife behind me, opened the door. The remote control that was on the windowsill was somehow thrown with such force that the remote burst into pieces literally 8 inches from my head into perfect height. The remote broke so violently that even the circuit board shattered. Closed the door and threw it back open immediately. Ran in like I was clearing a room and went straight to the closet as there was nothing in the room. As was the case with the room, there was absolutely no one and nothing aside from the carpet and like a broken remote. This happened back in 2009. I've spent a considerable amount of time studying and researching it, like attempting to find an answer. It still eludes me. I promise I'm not crazy, but oftentimes I wonder because of that one experience alone. It's completely changed the way I think about and see things. Anybody else have some weird stuff like this happen? Thoughts and or questions? Both. A paranormal experience that creeps me out today. used to live at this house that I admit used to spook me a lot. And here's a true story. First thing is, my family's asleep. I had summer vacation as a teenager. Thus, I decided to stay up and play video games late night. My console was in the basement, and this is around 3 in the morning. I live in a cul-de-sac, and it was a forest behind it. In that forest, at September 15, 2014, my classmate was murdered by a pedophile that nabbed her when she was walking back home. He strangled her to death, and they found her body after a search. It's fucking disgusting, and it pisses me off how on the same planet we share some maniacs out there victimizing folks. I, too, had to walk back home from school. Every time I went past that vicinity, I felt an ooze of energy that makes you feel like you need to watch your guard. But going back to that day, I was up at night, I was gaming and chilling. That's when I heard a faint knock on the basement door. 2 times, like 2 light taps. Not how a normal person would knock, and the thing is you'd have to walk down the staircase, 20 stairs, to get to that door to knock it. So I didn't hear any footsteps, but I shut all the lights off immediately. I think that was counterintuitive, as keeping lights on telling the intruder the proximity is occupied. But the lights off can mean going incognito. I'll let you decide that. But at the same time, my whole life flashed in front of my eyes, and this basement has so much room. 2 beds, a coat hanger, a washroom, an open kitchen, and the only thing there is occupied was 1 sofa, a TV, a console, and me. I snuck into the washroom where there was a window that kind of works in a way that nobody can really see you. But you can see them. Its reflection works like that. So what happened to my classmate was always in the back of my mind. Thought it could be one of those people who kidnap or extort teens, as I was 16 at that time, but no. There was no one there. Again, I don't have no videos, but what I saw was an entity like behind a coat hanger that bolted at me. Mind you, the lights were turned off, and the entity resembled a shadowy figure. I freaked out like any teen, shitting bricks, hamster-level heart rate, and then I shut the console off. I remember it so vividly, but I'm just going to continue writing it. I had to go out of that area, go all the way upstairs, which is like 40 stairs from my so-called, low-level man cave. It was covered in darkness. Then I go up more stairs to the 3rd story, and I run into my parents' room upstairs. I had my own room, but for the time being, as I was afraid, I laid on the mattress in my parents' room. I was thinking about, what the fuck was that? But I felt safe around my mom and dad, and it was 3:40 a.m., and I then got my nerves together, closed my eyes for 15 minutes, only to open my eyes and see the same fucking shadow figure staring directly at me in front of me whilst my mom and dad are sleeping. I started praying to Jesus. I kept saying, I rebuke all dark energy in the name of the Holy Spirit. I've never prayed so much in my life. I prayed 2 hours non-stop, and I just kept chanting God's name, and I hear a voice whisper in my ears, "Don't worry, go to sleep. Everything's gonna be fine." And honestly, I don't know if it was God saying that to me or if it was a demonic spirit faking to be a god. But I'm a master of Murphy's Law, so I'm guessing it's the latter. Again, I feel like I was being haunted, or I would have died spending another minute downstairs. I used to have these kinds of experiences, and I don't as a young adult today. But I think back like, was there actually somebody behind that coat hanger? Was there a squatter? Was somebody actually staring at me while sleeping? My classmate being murdered in such a way that may have left that forest haunted alongside the homes that surround the area. All I know is that strange things happened over there and we moved shortly. Everything today is A1. Steak sauce? My dog's spirit visited me in a dream tonight. My lifetime dog sadly passed away last week. We spent all my childhood together, and he was also a very smart dog. Knew all of his toys by his name. Never barked at people randomly without any special training whatsoever. We always treated him like family. For the last couple of years, he's living with my mom in another country, but they visited our hometown like 4 weeks ago. He stayed with me for about a week, and fortunately I had my vacations booked, and when I was leaving at night, he seemed so stressed. Gave him a kiss on his forehead and I left. After 2 weeks, he passed away back in our other country, so I couldn't even see him the last time to say a final goodbye. Last night I had a pretty vivid dream. I was sitting on my bed at my house, and everything was looking exactly as it is. I was just in my room, and then I just heard him stepping on the floor. When I saw him, I was so happy and shocked at the same time. I felt very strong feelings, and he came to me as soon as possible, and he was wiggling his tail. Gave him some pets and belly rubs, and also recorded him on my phone because I wanted to show everybody that he's back. I stepped into the living room with my dog beside my legs, still petting him, and I asked my father if he sees him. He answered that he didn't see anything. It gave me chills when I checked the videos that I recorded on my phone, and I couldn't see him. I was saddened when I woke up, but came to the conclusion that my buddy just wanted to say a final goodbye. So, he visited me. Has anyone experienced anything like that with their pets? That question goes out to anybody listening and in the comments section. Or you can keep your eyes closed or get back to your work. Saw something unexplainable. So this story actually happened earlier this year in May. For some context, I do believe in the paranormal, but I've never had any of my own experiences. Two of the girls I was with, Molly and Carrie, we'll call them, very much believe in paranormal. They've had multiple scary experiences. The last girl, who we'll call Moxie, is very in the middle. It's also important to note that everybody was sober, except Moxie. Well, and me. We were high. I smoke every day, so I wouldn't have considered myself sober. Anyways, the power had gone out at Carrie's apartment because of a really bad hurricane. It was going to be a few days. Carrie lives in a very sketchy area of Tallahassee, also doesn't have great roommates, so we decided we'd go see her sister Molly's apartment instead, where Moxie also lives. After 2 days or so, we needed to grab some things from Carrie's apartment. But the problem was that it was dark out, and it was totally blackout. So we all said we'll go together. Me and Moxie piled in the back, and Carrie and Molly sat in the front, Molly driving. We get there and we park facing another row of cars about 3 car lengths away, otherwise known as close enough to tell what's in front of you with your headlights beaming out. Molly and Carrie came back out, and we turned on the car and the headlights shine. Mind you, they were only gone about a minute and a half. There's nobody anywhere near us when we got there. But anyways, when the headlights turn on, we see what appears to be a man standing in between 2 cars, almost leaning over the other one. Except he was wearing bright blue jeans, a red shirt, and he was completely white. Not pale, white. He was also standing inhumanly still and almost looked like he was out of focus. Like you couldn't fully make him out, despite him being so close. He was just staring at us with no face. Literally not even depth. Just literal white space. Safe to say, we got the fuck out of there. Carrie never ever slept there again, and actually ended up moving out shortly after because it always felt like there was something, like just something there. It was the freakiest thing I've ever seen. I'm somewhat skeptical, but this was truly unexplainable to me. You could say it's a guy in a morph suit, but that doesn't explain the extreme stillness. The fact that he was blurry. Strange experience in rural Colorado. Okay, I'm going to try to go through every detail, so this may be a long one. Me and my girlfriend decided to go camping for our anniversary this summer. We didn't have the money to book through a nicer campsite like a KOA or something like that, so we found a website where you can book campsites that people have created on their own private land. It's at a much cheaper price. Found a good one in Pine, Colorado. Checked the reviews and all of them had only good things to say, so we decided that that was the right choice. A couple of days before we left, I got a text from the campground host, just giving me directions because, well, apparently I would lose service pretty quickly as we got closer. On the drive up, I called the host to see if there was a check-in desk or if we just found our designated spot on our own. She told us once you get there that you just follow the direction right to your spot. Everything felt very normal. Once we got to the campground, there was a big swinging gate, like the type you see for an entrance to a farm, flags decorating it. We entered the code that she'd given us and found our campsite. It was all the way up a really windy hill at the very top. We saw the porta potties, and if I remember correctly, 3 other families with children and 1 older man and like an airstream all the way up the top of the hill. Or rather, on the way up to the top. Our site was at the very top, with all the other campers lower than us going down the hill, so we had a very beautiful view of the dense forest all around us. It had been raining on and off all day, so we decided to set up our tent immediately, just in case it started to rain again. We cooked dinner, we read, took a little nature walk, and then decided to sit by the fire and chat for a while. Around 11 p.m., we're both starting to get tired. We heard what, to me, sounded like a jet engine starting up, but I want to say maybe 200 feet away in the forest. For whatever reason, neither me or my girlfriend acknowledged it and didn't really think much of it and went to bed. In the morning, we made breakfast and talked about what we had wanted to do today. Talked about going on a hike or a scenic drive of some kind. Got ready for the day when all of a sudden it started to rain again, but like really, really hard. Everything got drenched and covered in dirt and mud. I heard the same noise that we heard the night before. This time we both turned to each other and we said, "What the fuck is that?" I've had an anxiety disorder for most of my adolescence, but in recent years I've been able to get it under much better control. I haven't had a panic attack in a long time, actually. For whatever reason, I had a terrible one right before then, or rather right then. Convinced myself that we needed to drive into town so that I could get service to check the weather to see if it would actually stay like this to determine whether we should stay or pack up now before it gets worse. So my girlfriend complies in order to help calm me down. So I can stop freaking out. So the town is a 45 to 1 hour drive along a windy roll road with a few properties and 2 big-ass churches. I'm not really sure the denomination. Both painted with unconventional colors. It was maybe a 5-minute drive between the 2. Not sure if this has anything to do with what we experienced, but both me and my girlfriend thought it was pretty creepy. Anyway, I know this is a snooze fest. I'm sorry, I'll get to what really happened in a second. So, we check the weather and it says it'll be fine the rest of the day. We get a slushie of some kind and some cooking oil for dinner. We drive the 45 minutes back to the campsite. As soon as we get back, we notice that all the other campers were gone. And I mean gone. No tents, no trailers, no trash, like they'd all packed up and left. I also noticed that I never saw a host cabin with ice and firewood like it said on the website. We were a little bit weirded out, but figured it was just because of the rain. Finally relaxed, and I started to cook dinner. While I'm cooking, we hear the noise again, and a little louder this time. We both look at each other with open mouths, baffled, but also not really taking it too seriously. About 30 minutes later, my girlfriend says she's starting not to feel so good. This is not an abnormal thing. My girlfriend has a pain disorder, and at night it can get pretty bad. So I help her take her meds and tell her that I'm just going to clean up outside and I'll come in and get some sleep. In that moment while I'm packing things in the car, my vision gets really weird. Everything is moving like ever so slightly and has a pink and green fluorescent hue to it. I brush it off thinking I'm probably just tired. I get in the tent and my girlfriend looks very scared and frozen. And all of a sudden I feel the same way. She asked if we can go home right now, to which of course I said yeah. She said that she had the same vision experience I had 5 minutes ago, and we both felt like something was watching us. The sun was about 30 minutes from setting. We started taking everything down immediately. We were doing all that and the feeling got worse, and we both progressively got more and more freaked out. We shoved everything in the car and got back into the city around midnight. Does anybody have any possible idea of what could have happened? Or the only way I've been able to somewhat rationalize it to myself would be either a skinwalker, aliens, or some type of clandestine radiation plant. Or something insane like that. I'll also add that we had a couple of beers the first night, but neither of us had drank or smoked anything at all the second night. We were both completely sober. Any thoughts would be appreciated. I had thoughts. But you'll have to mind read me to hear them. I think my lost cat, helped me out of a weird bout of sleep paralysis. A bit of backstory. About 8 or 9 years ago, I took in a 3-week-old kitten. I named her Karma. She was mostly white with some gray markings in her face and tail, stayed quite small. We had the most incredible bond. She was the perfect kitty. Unfortunately, I ended up in what turned into an extremely abusive relationship, which I'm no longer, and stupidly got a basement suite with him and one of our close friends. Said friend started doing meth. We got him kicked out, and in the process, I fully believe one of his friends stole her or killed her as revenge for getting kicked out. She just disappeared. I did everything I could, but I couldn't find her. I was crushed, and I still am, honestly. I never got any closure regarding what happened to her, and that friend lost his life to a fatal stabbing that same winter. So I have no way to follow up. Last night, I was well on my way to falling asleep next to my now amazing partner. Ended up in a weird bout of what I felt like to be sleep paralysis. I'd experienced your more typical sleep paralysis before, and some other weirder ones, so I know what it feels like. I was laying down facing my partner, drifting off, and suddenly my mind was in a terrified panic. I saw and felt myself suddenly frantically pushing him over and over and over. I wasn't actually moving at all, and I couldn't stop, but the very real feeling of what was happening. Out of nowhere, I saw the belly and tail of a small white cat flash before my eyes, as if it was jumping in front of me, vanished, and it all stopped. We have no pets. It took me a minute to catch my breath and reposition. I sat up to try to compose myself and immediately thought of Karma. I cried kind of quietly for a minute. I hadn't had any other ghostly experiences of her previously, and in my gut I feel like maybe she was still alive this whole time, passed recently, dropped in to say hi and save me. I know it sounds silly, but I feel some sense of closure today. A bit happier thinking about her. Me too. Britta, the Welsh Terrier. This happened when I was about 12 years old. Back in the day, there were lots of latchkey kids, and I was one of them. It was not unusual being by yourself at home after school since your parents were at work and you're not expected to do your homework and you don't set the house on fire. So, me in the living room lounging on the couch reading a comic book, I heard the basket crunching and creaking as our Welsh Terrier named Britta. Britta, the water filter, wasn't a big thing back then. It's a German name. Got out of her comfy wicker bed and most likely woke up from her nap. Britta trotted along toward the couch, me reaching out to her. Come here, get some scritchies behind your ears. But she just kept on trotting by, ignoring me completely. Oh well, back to my comic book then it is. Took a couple of minutes to realize Britta died 3 years ago of cancer. We threw out the wicker basket, not wanting to be constantly reminded of how much we missed Britta. Either a haunting or somebody lived with me secretly. When I was in my early 20s, I ended up dog sitting for a week at my uncle's place, completely by myself. It was January and it was freezing outside. The house was built by my grandfather for his sister, who passed away when I was about 6 years old. She died young from cancer. My only memories of her are those from the last days when she was in hospice care, right in the living room. Everyone in the family loved her. I wish I could have known her better. A few years after she passed, my uncle and his partner bought the house and completely renovated it. It was actually a pretty nice place, especially considering it was built in the early 70s. So after my uncle handed me the keys and showed me how to use the security system, I settled in. I was excited to have the place to myself, especially since I usually had roommates and never really got any alone time. But what started as a relaxing week quickly turned into something much more unsettling. On the second day of my stay, we got hit with an Arctic vortex. Everything was covered in thick ice and snow. I was basically trapped inside. That second night, I couldn't fall asleep. I just laid there for hours counting sheep. The At some point, I started hearing voices that seemed to be coming from outside. I remembered thinking, wow, you can really hear the neighbors in the subdivision. Then about 20 minutes later, the home security system went off. Freaked me out, so I got to check on the alarm. The screen said, basement door ajar. Indeed, Gecko. I didn't know what else to do. I grabbed a knife. Not my brightest idea. Got the dog, and I headed downstairs. Now, the basement is unfinished. There's a sliding glass door down there. My uncle always puts a bar in the track to keep it from opening, even if it's unlocked. When I got down there, the door was open and the bar had been removed. The ground outside was covered in snow, but there were no footprints. Thought about calling the cops, but then I remembered the stash of weed I had found in the basement and decided against it. To make things worse, I'd taken a sleeping pill about 10 minutes before all this happened, so my body was getting heavier and heavier as I searched the house. Eventually, it just collapsed from exhaustion. I told my friends and family about it later. Most of them were pretty skeptical. They said I probably left the door unlocked and that maybe the dog opened it somehow. But that didn't make sense. The dog had been sleeping in my room. No way could a dog remove the slide bar and slide the door open. What really got to me later was realizing that the door couldn't be opened from the outside. That meant that someone or something was trying to get out. That made it even creepier. Anyway, that was just the beginning of the weird stuff. The next night I was lounging on the couch watching movies. That's when I heard a soft thump, thump, thump against the side of the house. It sounded like somebody was throwing a tennis ball at the wall. At first I brushed it off as just the pipe setting in an old house. But then it happened on the opposite side of the house. The sound started moving around to different sides of the house, always in the same order and rhythm. I repeated this pattern 3 times before moving to another part of the house. This went on for about 2 hours. I was getting really frustrated and annoyed by the constant knocking. Then, just as sudden as it started, it stopped. Over the next few days, I started noticing things being out of place. I'd set something down, and later it would be somewhere else. At first, I thought it was just being forgetful, so I decided to get more organized. I started closing doors behind me to make sure I wouldn't misplace things. I even laid out my work uniform and shoes on the kitchen table to make it, getting ready in the mornings easier. When the ice and snow finally cleared up, I went back to work. And that morning I got up early, took a shower, and everything seemed fine. None of my stuff was out of place, and I was about to head out of the door. Saw my shirt and shoes at the table, and I thought, great, everything's here and going smoothly. But when I bent down to tie my shoes and reach for my shirt, it was gone. I had just seen it folded and ready to go the night before, and now it was missing. I started feeling crazy as I was searching the house, getting more and more stressed about being late. Eventually, I found my shirt in the spare bedroom. It was crumpled up in a ball and thrown into the corner of the room. I was so confused and frustrated as I made my way to work. Later that day when I got back, I let the dog through the basement sliding door. As I sat inside avoiding the cold, I heard soft footsteps upstairs, moving from one side of the house to the other. I grabbed the dog and checked the whole place again. But of course, I found nothing. At this point, I started doubting my own sanity. I wondered if I was slipping into some kind of psychosis. The footsteps happened again the next day, though. On the last day of my stay, one of my friends came over to help me tidy up the house before my uncle returned. We were sitting downstairs while the dog was outside, both of us looking at our phones when I heard the footsteps again. My friend didn't believe me at first when I told him about the weird things happening, but this time I decided to stay quiet, see if she heard it. Suddenly she looked up at me with wide, scared eyes. "Do you hear that?" "There's someone up there," she said, pointing in the direction of the footsteps as they moved from side to side. Then she jumped up and said, "I'm leaving right now." I've never felt so vindicated in my life. After doubting me the entire time, she was suddenly terrified. When my uncle and his partner got back, I asked them if they had ever had an experience anything like strange in the house. My uncle's partner said that he once saw a woman in a white dress walking down their hallway. He also sometimes hears music playing from nowhere. Strangely, though, my uncle's dog never acted weird during my stay. If he had, it would have freaked me out even more. I'm still struggling to make sense of what happened. Sometimes I wonder if there was, someone secretly hiding in the house, living in some unchecked corner. But then again, I don't think a person could have done some of the things I experienced. It's troubling, to say the least. Have any of you felt conflicted after experiencing something similar, or felt like an experience could be due to a person hiding rather than a haunting? Honestly, I almost want to believe it was just a person. But if it really was somebody behind all that, I'd be way more freaked out than if it were just a haunting. I know people say ghosts sometimes have smells, but if it's a person hiding in your house, people definitely have smells. So I don't think so. The 90s Curious Experience. We lived in a 2-flat in the Portage Park area of Chicago. From a young age, I saw and I felt things in that place that I've never felt since. We had an enclosed back porch, and at the landing between the upper and bottom floors, I always sensed a presence. Now, as a small child, I threw stuff at it. Mostly crayons, and one time an unlit candle. It scared me, and I think as a kid in my mind, I was trying to provoke it. Physically, it appeared to be a weird gray shadow, or like a slightly dark static haze. But I could feel his presence. It was there until we moved away in 2001. Also, my brothers and I saw shadow people in our flat regularly. The most prominent experience was on Easter in 1997. I was 9. I woke up early to check my Easter basket. I stepped into the dining room. I saw a kid standing under the couch cover in as they put it, the front room. I thought it was my youngest brother. He was 3. Walked over to the couch, touched it to remove it. The clearly outlined child's shape, and once I touched the cover, it literally collapsed back into a flat couch cover. I remember it literally stood there for 5 minutes trying to understand what the heck I just experienced. It was bizarre, because after the cover settled back, it was like nothing happened. Still don't know what happened, and I have no explanation for the child's outline under the couch cover. I've never experienced anything like that again. See you guys in the front room tomorrow. Good night. Welcome to Paranormal M, your destination for all things eerie and unexplained. Make sure to subscribe and activate notifications to stay updated with our latest paranormal stories. Get ready for a chilling experience. Stranger at the Door. My name is Matt. I'm from the United Kingdom. Like many of us in this community, I've had my share of paranormal experiences, some stretching back to my childhood. However, in this post I want to focus on a series of events that took place in my current home. A series that still leaves me questioning what truly happened. I live just outside of Birmingham. It's on a council estate. For those unfamiliar, a council estate in the UK is somewhat akin to the projects in the USA, like government-subsidized housing. The estate I live on isn't particularly old, but the houses, most of them were built in the 40s or 50s. And from what I know, there haven't been many occupants before us. Our house is a modest 2-bedroom with a spacious front and back garden. Below is an example of what my property looks like, and what a typical council house in rural England looks like as well. And it should be noted that my front garden is roughly 3 to 4 times the size of the front garden in the below picture, which is going to be an important factor for later. For the first 2 years, everything was completely normal. The house had never had a menacing or an intimidating feel to it, nor did I ever sense any unusual energy. It was just an ordinary home. Until the summer of 2020. Around July or August of that year, right in the midst of the COVID pandemic, things started to change. What followed over the next 2 or 3 months was a series of events that still gives me chills when I think about them. Incident 1. This first incident might seem insignificant on its own, but it's worth mentioning as it marks the beginning of the strange occurrences in our home. It was late at night. My partner and I were in bed and we both heard a knocking noise. At first, it seemed like it was coming from outside. The strangest part was that it sounded like it was coming from the other side of our bedroom wall. Now here's the thing. There's nothing on the other side of that wall. If someone or something had been knocking where we thought the sound was coming from, they would have had to be suspended maybe 20 feet in the air. The knocking continued for a while, following a pattern with brief pauses before resuming. It wasn't loud, it wasn't aggressive, but it had a distinctly human quality to it, like somebody gently tapping. We were both puzzled and a bit uneasy, trying to figure out how the sound could be coming from such an impossible location. In the end, we brushed it off as one of those unexplainable oddities and went to sleep. It's important to note that this never happened again since that night. Incident 2 was around 11 p.m. on a weeknight. Just an ordinary evening with no strange occurrences leading up to it, at least. And really none that I can recall. My partner and I were in the bedroom when our Ring doorbell suddenly went off. It was chiming as if somebody was walking past it. Now our driveway is quite long. The Ring is set to pick up motion only when somebody's well up the pathway, within a specific range. This made the alert unusual. Never happened before or since without a clear cause. Instantly on edge, I got out of bed, peered out the window. Living on a council estate in England, it's not uncommon to encounter some colorful characters late at night. But I saw nothing. No one was in the front garden path, and everything seemed quiet. The front light, however, had been triggered, which wasn't too unusual given the wildlife that sometimes roams around. But as I turned to my partner to comment on the strange alert, we were both startled by a loud, forceful bang on our bedroom door. The door was shut. It sounded as if somebody had slammed their fist against it, right in the middle of the frame. The door didn't open, but it shook with enough force that I could feel the impact. I was close enough to it that a wave of fear was washing over me while my partner, oddly enough, burst into nervous laughter. I asked her what she found funny. She admitted that she didn't know. It was just sort of a gut reaction to the sudden shock. Well, I opened the door, expecting to find something, but the hallway was empty. My daughter, who was around 3 or 4 at the time, was asleep in her cot. Our cat was sitting calmly in the hallway, staring at me as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. The timing of the door, like an alert just seconds before this loud bang, left us both feeling incredibly uneasy. Although nothing else happened that night, the tension lingered, making it hard to shake the feeling that something was off. The Ring doorbell did capture footage, but it showed nothing unusual, just an empty path, though something clearly set it off the motion sensor. Adding to the creepiness was a specific alert on my phone. Instead of the usual, "There's motion outside your front door" notification, which typically triggers when something's at the edge of the detection range. But this time it read, "Someone is at your front door." The specificity of that alert, given what followed, made the whole experience 10 times scarier. Incident 3. The next incident I recall happening one evening while my partner was out for a driving lesson. It was around 5 p.m. and the sky was still bright. The weather was pleasant, and I was downstairs on my computer chatting with some friends on Discord. That's when I decided to go upstairs to use the toilet. As I headed back down the stairs, I suddenly heard the sound of running water. I was about halfway down when the noise registered, and I remember feeling a mixture of confusion and alarm. My first thought was that something in the kitchen might be leaking. Reached the bottom of the stairs, glanced toward the kitchen, thinking maybe my partner would turn the washing machine on before she left for a driving lesson. The kitchen was still in its original state from the previous occupants, a bit outdated and prone to issues. Here's a picture of how it kinda looked when we first moved in. Notice the damage to the walls and the missing ceiling due to the huge leak that we had. It caused us to replace it all. And this happened after the events I'm detailing. The surfaces, cupboards, etc. are all original to the previous occupants. As I stepped into the hallway, looked directly into the kitchen, I saw something that made my stomach drop. Both tap handles were pushed fully forward. The water was gushing out at full blast. My cat was sitting calmly on the kitchen floor, staring at me like nothing was out of the ordinary. I was completely freaked out. In a panic, I video called my mom on WhatsApp. I had already mentioned the previous incidents to the family, but they had mostly shrugged them off as nothing significant. But when my mom saw the taps wide open, she freaked out too. I think I needed somebody to witness what was happening in real time to validate my own fear. And once again, my daughter was upstairs in her cot, fast asleep. The baby monitor was with me downstairs. Everything seemed normal on that front, but the whole situation had me on edge. I felt trapped in the house, anxiously waiting for my partner to return from her lesson. She finally got back. I told her what had happened. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the water pressure, we thought. Maybe somehow that caused the taps to turn on by themselves. But it is worth noting that this had never happened before, and it hasn't happened since. Even my friends on Discord thought the whole thing was bizarre and stayed on the chat with me until my partner returned. Incident 4. A short while later, another unsettling event occurred. I'd gone to visit my nan. They live about 10 minutes' drive from our home. It was early evening, and we were sitting in her living room having a cup of tea when my partner called me. They were clearly distressed. She told me that she had been in the kitchen washing up when the baby monitor just started acting up and was flickering and distorting. It was showing visual noise. Then she heard a massive bang at her front door, so loud and forceful that it immediately woke up her daughter, began crying in her cot. My partner said it sounded as if somebody had thrown something heavy at the door or run up to the driveway and slammed into it with great force. This really freaked her out, and I rushed home to check the CCTV. When I reviewed the footage, there was nothing, no one outside, no movement captured. The Ring doorbell had been triggered. I tried to stay rational, but given everything that had happened before, we were struggling not to let fear take over. My partner said the most unsettling part was how her daughter woke up crying the moment the bang occurred. She couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that came with it, like something was very wrong. Incident 5. By this point, the strange occurrences in her home had been kinda sporadic, but frequent enough to keep us on edge. My partner began experiencing unsettling moments, like hearing knocking in the closed bathroom door. The knocks weren't aggressive or loud, but they were distinct enough to be unnerving. At night, we'd hear bumps and bangs downstairs, and every suspicious sound seemed to amplify her growing paranoia. The atmosphere in the house had become thick. There was so much tension. We were both on edge, and it felt like the anxiety in her home was feeding on itself. We started arguing more frequently, which could have been due to a combination of pandemic stress, the fear from these strange events, or perhaps just the general pressure of everything happening around us. But whatever the cause, it was clear that these incidents were taking a toll on our relationship and our sense of peace. While there wasn't a single standout event during this time, it's important to note that these little things were happening consistently. Interestingly, the knocking on the door seemed to be something my partner experienced more than I did, especially when she was alone in the bathroom. I never heard the knocking myself when I was alone, but I did notice strange behaviors with her baby monitor during the nights, particularly when my partner was working night shifts at the local city hospital. The baby monitor would often have interference or visual glitches that made it nearly unusable. Sometimes it would become so distorted that I'd turn it off for a few minutes hoping to reset it. That barely solved the problem. These disturbances, well, though small on their own, they added up to a growing sense of unease that we just couldn't shake. Incident 6. It was around 3 a.m. I was wide awake watching Netflix. I glanced over at the baby monitor on our bedside table, wanted to check on my daughter. And that's when I saw it. a white mist moving across the screen. At first, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I kept watching. My jaw dropped, and I saw the unmistakable silhouette of somebody moving through my daughter's bedroom. The figure walked up to the side of her cot, looked in, then walked away, only to repeat the same motion over and over. This wasn't just a shadow or a trick of the light. It was a clear human-shaped silhouette with distinct arms and legs moving as if it were a person, like pacing around the room. I couldn't make out any features to determine if it was a man or a woman, but the way it moved was eerily natural, as if it were a living person checking on my daughter. Her bedroom backs onto her garden, surrounded by other gardens on all sides. There's no road where a passing car could cast headlights into the room, so there was no rational explanation for what I was seeing. The layout of her home and the surrounding area made it impossible for this to be a reflection or an outside shadow. Below is an example of how our garden is laid out, with other gardens on either side behind us. We're part of a long row of houses, and this layout continues on both sides for many rows. Wish I could put the picture in for you guys. Editor doesn't like that. Anyhow, terrified, I shook my partner awake. She was understandably annoyed at being woken up in the middle of the night, but I was so scared I couldn't even speak. I was afraid that if I said anything aloud, we might somehow attract the attention of whatever was in the room with her daughter. Instead, I grabbed my phone, frantically typed out what I was seeing. I typed out and told her that we needed to get her daughter, leave the house, go to my mom's immediately. She refused, demanding to know what was going on. Fair. I handed her the phone, still too shaken to say a word, and pointed at the baby monitor. We both watched in stunned silence as the silhouette continued its routine. Like walking up to the cot, stopping, then walking away only to repeat the process. This went on for what felt like an eternity, though it was probably just a couple of minutes. What happened next still amazes me. Here I was, the supposed man of the house, too afraid to even speak, and my partner suddenly jumped out of the bed and ran straight into her daughter's bedroom. I grabbed an aluminum baseball bat from beside the bed and followed her, though in hindsight I had no idea what I thought I'd accomplish with it. My partner burst into her daughter's room fearless. We were both shocked to find everything perfectly normal. Our daughter was fast asleep. The room was still. There was no sign of anything unusual. We checked the room thoroughly. Nothing seemed to be out of place. There's no bad or menacing energy. We returned to her bedroom where we checked the baby monitor again. Silhouette was still there, but it was fading, growing more and more translucent until it eventually disappeared. I have no idea how we managed to fall asleep that night. I was desperate to leave or go to my mom's house. My partner insisted that we stay. It was our home after all. It's worth noting that this had never really happened before, and it hasn't happened since, but the memory of that night still haunts me. Conclusion. At this point, I was at my breaking point, desperate for answers. I reached out to the vicar from the local church. Is that how you say that? He listened to my account and explained that what I was describing sounded like a poltergeist, the type of spirit known for causing disturbances. He also asked if I was involved in witchcraft, black magic, or any occult practices. I assured him that I wasn't involved in anything of the sort. The vicar suggested that the disturbances might be connected to my daughter. At the time she was around 4, he theorized that she might have been experiencing or feeling emotions that she couldn't yet understand or articulate, which could manifest as poltergeist activity. Really? He explained that a poltergeist is typically a trickster, feeding off the energy it provokes and not necessarily a malevolent spirit. Instead, it's often a manifestation of emotional energy, particularly from children undergoing significant changes or stress. I also mentioned that the previous occupant of our house, an elderly lady, they'd passed away there. I was told this information by a neighbor. The vicar suggested that her spirit might still be present and could benefit from assistance in moving on. He offered to visit our home to perform prayers and blessings to help any lingering spirits. He also provided me with some prayers to say in the daughter's room each night. I agreed to contact him again if anything else occurred. I thanked him for his guidance, It's worth noting that my partner was hesitant about these measures, concerned that they might make things worse. And so this is where the story ends. Since contacting the car, the activity in our home ceased abruptly. I've had a few odd occurrences since then, but nothing comparable to the level of activity we experienced before. Reflecting on it all, I could say that if any of these incidents had occurred in isolation, I might have dismissed them as mere coincidences. However, the sequence and the intensity of the events make it difficult to ignore the possibility of something meaningful. Maybe something's linking them together. The baby monitor incident remains a particularly eerie piece of evidence. Despite our efforts to rationalize experience, that one event continues to stand as a profound mystery. The fact that both my partner and I witnessed it together at the very least is evidence enough for us that we did experience something that night. Here's a few things to note. Reflecting on our experience, several additional thoughts come to mind. My partner had recently experienced the loss of a loved one, which might have influenced the supernatural activity that we encountered. Could it be that somebody from the other side was watching over us or trying to communicate? There was one particular incident where we were in bed and felt like something kicked the side of our bed forcefully, to the point where the double bed actually moved. My partner was understandably frightened, but I felt an overwhelming urge to check on our daughter. When we did, we found her cot drenched from a spilled drink. She was extremely wet. This might have been a warning to check on her, potentially preventing a more serious situation. Another peculiar moment occurred in the bathroom when I was overwhelmed by the scent of a sweet-smelling perfume, the type an elderly person would wear. Alarmed, I called my nan to ensure she was okay. She was, and wondered if the scent was a sign from her, like perhaps a goodbye. I was thankful to know that I was wrong. Never experienced anything like that since. And throughout these events, her cat was often present, despite her presence, though. Or the gecko, excuse you. Despite her presence, she never exhibited unusual behavior that could explain the disturbances. While she's occasionally jumped against the bedroom door, her actions are always more like playful antics, rather than the heavy, impactful noise that we heard the first night after the Ring doorbell thing. That sound was like a distinct, forceful bang, unlike anything our cat could have caused. I also haven't heard anything like that since, even when my cat's been playing and running around. And for cat fans, and also for, well, size reference, this is our beautiful Tortie Gloria. Another picture moment taken from us. The need for CCTV. One Sunday before the intense period of disturbances that we'd experienced, an unsettling incident occurred. It was close to my birthday, and I was bedridden with a particularly nasty virus, feeling weak and pretty disoriented. My partner went to our local supermarket to pick up a few items, and I was left at home, hoping to recover in peace. She returned much sooner than expected. When I asked why she was back so quickly, she revealed that the supermarket was closed, something she hadn't realized until making it halfway to the store. What unsettled her was that, well, what happened on the way home. As she approached her house, she saw something disturbing at the bottom of her front garden path. A Sunday carvery fork, pointing directly towards her front door. She seemed visibly shaken as she described this odd sight. The fork had not been there when she left. The path had been empty. Her memory of any other people in the area was hazy at best. She hadn't seen anybody who could have left the fork behind. The reason she seemed so shaken was due to the fork not being there when she left, suddenly appearing so soon when she returned. Obviously, it's just a fork, but this really freaked her out. We initially brushed off the strange appearance of the fork, but my partner's unease lingered, especially because it had been positioned directly towards the front of her door. Wanting to document the oddity, I decided to call a non-emergency crime number. Really? The police suggested we dispose of the fork responsibly, so I placed it in the bin, hoping it was just a one-off incident. I wonder if anybody else is confused as to the nature of this fork, because I'm picturing like a A fork. The following Sunday passed without incident, but the eerie feeling didn't quite fade. It was the Sunday after, that's when things took another unnerving turn. As I was reversing my car in the driveway, I noticed something like glinting in the hedge. It was right next to the gate. My curiosity was twinged. I initially thought it was just a sweet wrapper like glinting in the sunlight. As I approached, I was absolutely stunned. Nestled neatly in the bush, at eye level, was a carvery knife from the same set as the fork. It was positioned deliberately where it would catch my attention each time I closed the gate and locked it. The sight of the knife perfectly aligned and eerily placed sent a shiver down my spine. It felt as though it was another deliberate message, or a deliberate warning. The knife's appearance in our hedge, paired with the earlier fork, seemed too deliberate to ignore. The fact that it was from the same set and placed so conspicuously made it clear that someone or something was trying to communicate or unsettle us. The pattern of these unsettling occurrences, each involving objects that seemed to have no business being there, continued to blur the lines between coincidences and something more sinister. And also to note, in the UK we love cavery, and it's a tradition that we have them on a Sunday. Cavery. Both of these items appeared on separate Sundays. Mindfuck or what? Needless to say, I contacted the police again to report the new development, and this prompted us to take further action for the safety and peace of mind. We installed CCTV cameras in our property to monitor the unusual activity, hoping to catch any potential intruders or discover who was responsible for these unsettling incidents. In retrospect, we believe these incidents were likely human in nature rather than paranormal. The deliberate placement of the cutlery suggested somebody had a clear intention. Despite our best efforts, the CCTV didn't really reveal anything substantial about the person behind it. No further occurrences of this nature have happened since. Alright guys, doing something I shouldn't do, but I'm taking a second to look up what a carvery knife is. Carvery knife. Sato knife? Oh, a carving knife. I guess. Moving along. The Winnie Pooh incident. I've included this one because it's a bit humorous in hindsight, though it scared me senseless at the time. This happened after the events listed above, but sort of once things calmed down. My partner was working night shift at the city hospital. My daughter was staying over at my mom's. I had the house to myself, which should have been a relief, but instead it turned into another unsettling experience. I was jolted awake at 5 a.m. by a noise coming from my daughter's bedroom. At first, I was half asleep and trying to figure out what it could be. The sound was like a motorized mechanism, and then I heard a voice say, "Hello, friend." By this point, I was wide awake and very alert. The mechanical noise continued, following like a giggle. And then, "I like honey." The strange phrase and the repetitive sound kept going over and over again. To my shock, I realized the source of the noise was an old Winnie the Pooh teddy bear. It had been mine as a child. It's around 30 years old and somehow still works. My mom had given it to me when my daughter was born, and I'd been placing it on top of her wardrobe. For the bear to speak, you have to press down firmly on its nose, which is what made this situation even more baffling. Here's what the teddy looks like. Panic-stricken, I bolted to my car, rang my nan, and rushed over to her house. This is not a description of a bear. Moving on anyway. I couldn't stay another minute in the house with that eerie bear. Later that day I went back, retrieved the bear, and took it to my nan's house. That's where it now resides. We tested it and see if we could replicate the behavior. Sure enough, it went off again on its own. And interestingly, the bear doesn't do this anymore and now works perfectly fine. For a brief moment, though, I genuinely thought something might be trying to communicate with me in the house. The hello friend and the creepy ha 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 were unsettling, to say the least. My nan, who's 89 and has a great sense of humor, still finds this incident incredibly funny to this day. She makes a point of pressing the bear's nose as it sits behind her chair on the table. I would very much like to set that bear on fire. She won't let me. Previous occupants. After some investigation, I managed to find the grandson of the elderly lady who lived in our house before us. I reached out to him through Facebook, hoping he might shed some light on the history of the house and any possible connections to the strange events that we've been experiencing. He was very polite and open to discussing the house's past. I made sure to approach the conversation with respect, given the sensitive nature, of the inquiries. He confirmed that, to his knowledge, his grandparents had never reported any strange occurrences or unsettling experiences during their time in the house. They'd lived there for many years, and there were no stories of anything paranormal or unusual. He kindly said that he would ask his mother if she had any additional stories or maybe just some information about the house. I waited for a follow-up and never got one back to me, and from this I concluded that nothing of particular interest or relevance was discovered. My thoughts. Well, not mine, theirs. Reflecting on everything that happened, I genuinely believe something extraordinary occurred. Despite the fear and confusion, I leaned towards the idea that it might have been a positive presence or form of somebody saying goodbye to my partner and myself. It felt like a mixture of unsettling and deeply personal experiences, which might suggest an attempt to communicate or offer reassurance. I'd love to hear what you all think. Can anybody relate to similar experiences, or maybe even offer insight into what might have been happening? Well, I did learn that a carvery fork is the same as a carving fork. I think. Was my nan's house haunted? The events I'm about to describe aren't just random occurrences. They're incidents that both my nan and I experienced, sometimes together and sometimes separately, leaving us both puzzled and a bit spooked. Whether it was the eerie shadow at the end of my bed, the mysterious scratches on my back, or the unsettling noises in the dead of night, each event has lingered in my mind over the years. If you've ever had an experience that made you question what's real, or if you're just curious about the unexplained, I think you'll find this story intriguing. I'd love to hear your thoughts on what you think might have been going on. Thanks again for your support of my last post. Hope you find this one just as fascinating and unsettling. Shadows of the Past. This report details a series of unsettling events that have taken place in my nan's house. It's located on a council estate just outside of Birmingham. These events include both isolated experiences and those shared between us, my nan and the only occupant of the property. We moved in reluctantly after being forced to leave our beloved cottage. The cottage, a cozy home filled with memories, was slated for demolition as part of a road-widening project. So, with no other choice, she found herself setting for a new build on a freshly constructed estate. And from what I've gathered, her part of the estate was built on what used to be farmland, an area with its own long and likely forgotten history. My granddad passed away when I was around 5 years old. Despite my young age, I still hold on to the cherished memories I have of him. He was a wonderful man, deeply devoted to his family. Incident 1. This is an incident I can barely recall, if at all. It's possible that my memory of it is a mere fragment, a shadow shaped by hearing the story retold so many times during my childhood. At the time, I was very young. My granddad had recently passed away. My parents, believing I was too young to grasp the concept of death, told me he'd simply gone away for a while and would return someday. To give you a sense of the house's layout, There's a front door that opens to a long corridor. That leads directly to the back door. On the left-hand side are the stairs, with a small downstairs toilet tucked just before the back door. On the right-hand side, you have the living room, then the kitchen and dining room. The layout allows somebody to walk through the front door, down the corridor, and straight out into the garden. One day, I was playing alone in the living room. That's when the door suddenly opened. To my amazement, my granddad walked in. He didn't say a word, just calmly walked around the living room, then exited back into the corridor. Excited and without a second thought, I ran down the corridor and into the kitchen where my mom, dad, and Nan were deep in conversation, basically bursting with excitement. I announced that my granddad had returned. My parents were shocked and asked what I meant, and I eagerly explained what I had just seen. My Nan then asked me what he was wearing. I described it perfectly: his scout uniform. My granddad had been deeply involved in the local Cubs and Scouts, a significant part of his life too. In this instant, my Nan had reported me many times. It was the first hint of something paranormal in my life. Her account of that day has never changed, remaining as clear and vivid as when she first shared it with me. The above is recounted by my Nan, as pretty much told to her from myself when it first happened. As told to her from myself when it first happened. Incident 2. The next incident follows a similar pattern, with my Nan recalling the event, and at the time, I was probably no older than 6. I was sitting in the living room with my Nan watching a film, something that we did often. Friday and sometimes Saturday nights at my Nan's were a pretty regular part of my childhood. It was filled with a sense of peace, warmth, and safety that I still cherish. As we sat together, she noticed movement on the living room floor. It wasn't just a shadow or a trick of the light, it was more distinct. She described seeing a pair of trousers, one my granddad often wore, moving across the floor. The rest of the figure was faded, almost like a silhouette, but unmistakable at the same time. The apparition walked across the room and gradually faded into nothingness. This was an incident that we both experienced. Oh, once again, I can't remember it myself. My Nan, however, has recounted this event numerous times. Her stories never wavered. It remains as consistent and clear as the day she first told it me. Well, Incident 3. One day while my Nan was in the kitchen preparing dinner, something particularly unsettling happened. The kitchen's moderately sized, and one half serving as the dining area and the other half as the cooking space. Next to the fridge, there's a chair that my granddad used to sit in when he was in the kitchen, a spot that still feels like his. As my Nan was just taking something off of the stove, she turned around to place it on a small island that divided the kitchen from the dining room. This is no longer in the kitchen, but would have ran where the carpet meets the floor. In that moment, she saw something that stopped her cold. She remembers seeing a shadow rise from the chair where my granddad used to sit, cross the room, and then fade away. The sight startled her so much that she nearly dropped what she was holding. The instant left her feeling shaken, the shock of it lingering long after the shadow had vanished. Incident 4. Growing up, there was always odd little things happening at my Nan's house. Small occurrences that, while strange, were never really enough to scare me away from spending time with her. The room I stayed in was kind of a large front-facing room with 2 single beds that would be pushed together when I was alone or moved apart when my younger sister stayed too. And remarkably, the rooms remained almost entirely unchanged since I was a small child, and to this day it looks just as it did during those years. Outside of the room, there's a landing with an old storage cupboard at the top of the stairs, a bathroom, my Nan's master bedroom, and a spare bedroom that's now used more for storage. I sometimes stayed in that spare bedroom as a small child, but I quickly grew to dread it. I frequently had awful dreams in there. So did my sister. We both came to associate that room with a sense of discomfort, and over time, nobody chose to sleep in it. When I stayed in the main bedroom, It wasn't uncommon for me to be lying in bed at night listening to music on my iPod or maybe chatting with my friends on the BlackBerry Messenger. And that would be for only to suddenly feel as though somebody had bumped into the side of the bed. And then the bed would just rock slightly, just enough to make me look around, wondering what had happened. This happened so often that it eventually became normal to me, no longer startling me as it once did. Many nights, just as I was about to drift off to sleep, the bed would again feel like somebody had walked into it. A subtle but unsettling sensation that I grew accustomed to over the years. It was also common to hear faint movements on the landing in the middle of the night, soft footsteps and occasional creaking of a floorboard. It was as if somebody were quietly walking around outside the room. As I entered my teenage years, I began to have vividly distressing dreams when staying at my nan's. These dreams were unlike anything I'd experienced. It left a lasting impression on me. Below, I've listed these dreams as best as I can remember them. The first one is called Something in the Mirrors. In this dream, I found myself outside the front of my nan's house. I was casually chatting with some friends when a sudden inexplicable urge to go back inside overcame me. The moment I stepped through the front door into the corridor and closed the door behind me, a dreadful realization washed over me. I had done something terribly wrong. A wave of fear hit me with a physical force. I was instantly filled with a sense of impending doom. Just then, my nan came running into the corridor from the kitchen, her face a mask of terror. She frantically told me that something was very wrong. We had to turn all the mirrors in the house around to prevent whatever was about to happen. Panic gripped me as we rushed through the door together, flipping every mirror to face the wall, desperately trying to block out the reflections. As we neared the end of this frantic task, I found myself at the back door. It was at the far end of the corridor, and I opened it intending to leave, but something caught my eye. A dark shadow lurking behind the door. I froze. Something wanted to check what the shadow was, despite the fear coursing through me, and each time I pulled the door shut slightly to see better, the shadow would shift, sliding away just out of sight. Terrified but unable to walk away, I turned to my nan, who was standing just behind me. I asked her what was hiding behind the door. Then, with a sense of dread, I opened it wide to reveal whatever was lurking there. What happens next sends chills, still today. My nan's face transformed. Her expression turned to one of utter horror. Her mouth dropped open far wider than what should be humanly possible. It's as if her jaw had unhinged. The sight of her distorted face filled me with a terror so intense I woke up abruptly, drenched in sweat and panicking. The next one is called Laughter in the Dark. In the next two dreams, the fear I felt was overwhelming, and the details remained etched in my memory. In the first of these dreams, I was lying in bed in my room at my nan's house. The familiar surroundings should have been pretty comforting, but instead, a horrible, echoing laughter filled the house. It was reverberating through the walls, and it was a chilling sound. It was unnatural, and it was taunting. As I lay there frozen with fear, I could hear my nan's voice from the next room. She was pleading with whatever was causing the laughter, telling it to stop and to leave us all alone. The fear in her voice was unmistakable, and hearing her so terrified only heightened my own sense of dread. The second dream followed the same theme, but this time it was even more disturbing. Once again, found myself in bed. But now things in the room were moving on their own. They were levitating as if lifted by some unseen force. Books, toys, small objects floated in the air, twisting and turning as if they had a life of their own. I was paralyzed with fear. I was unable to move. I was unable to scream. And as I lie there, my eyes are just drawn to the doorway. Standing there was my nan, smiling at me as if trying to reassure me that everything was fine. Something was terribly wrong. Next to her stood my granddad, or at least part of him. His legs were there, but they extended upwards, with his shoes starting at my nan's waist and his legs disappearing to the ceiling. As silly as it might sound now, in the dream, this image of my granddad screamed that something was wrong and horrified me. I remember waking up in a panic and my heart racing, once again, drenched in sweat. This next one is simply titled Incident 5. This next set of instances, I just ate that word. This next set of incidents marks the point where the activity in my nan's house began to escalate. One evening I was sitting in the kitchen with my nan, just enjoying a cigarette and a warm cup of tea. Just like any other evening, calm and relaxed with the two of us chatting about anything and everything. We both used a green ashtray that sat on the table. Once we're finishing with our cigarettes, I remember my nan, as she always did, emptying the ashtray into the bin and washing it out and placing it back in the windowsill. We said goodnight to each other and I headed to my room to get ready for bed. After listening to some music on my iPod, I turned off the nightlight and drifted off to sleep. I woke up at around 2 a.m. startled by the sound of someone moving around in the landing outside my bedroom door. Oddly, the landing light wasn't on, which struck me as strange. My nan would never walk around in the dark, knowing how dangerous that could be. The footsteps continued down the stairs, followed by the sound of somebody moving around in the kitchen. This went on for maybe 5 to 10 minutes. I lay in bed, listening to these sounds, feeling uneasy, not necessarily scared. I knew there was a cricket bat behind the bed, so if anything sinister were to happen, I had something to defend myself with. But despite the strange noises, I never felt like I was in immediate danger or that something bad was happening. Eventually, the footsteps came back up the stairs, each creak of the wooden steps unmistakable. I could hear more movement outside of my door on the landing. Assuming it was just my nan, though, puzzled as to why I was moving around in the dark, I called out, "Good night, Nan. I love you." The movement stopped abruptly, but I heard no response. Slightly confused, I called out again, and this time louder. I heard some more light shuffling and creaks from the floorboards as though somebody was shifting their weight. After that, I drifted back to sleep, still feeling a bit unsettled. The next morning, my nan came into my room as usual with a cup of tea. She asked me if I'd gone downstairs during the nighttime for a cigarette. I'd laughed, thinking she was joking. She repeated the question, adding, "I'm not annoyed, I just want to know," shifting to a more serious tone. I assured her that I hadn't gone downstairs, but that I had heard her go downstairs in the night and move around in the kitchen. Her response made my heart skip a beat. She insisted that she hadn't gone downstairs at all during the night, but she distinctly remembers waking up and hearing me going downstairs and moving around in the kitchen. Alarmed, I asked her why she thought I'd been downstairs. She explained that when she went to go make a cup of tea in the morning, she noticed the ashtray, now back on the table, was full of ash. Confused, I asked if she was joking. She remained serious, clearly unsettled. A thought clicked in my mind. I asked her if there were any cigarette butts in the ashtray. She said they weren't, just ash. Then it hit me. Didn't Granddad used to smoke a pipe? She paused, and I could see the realization dawning on her. She confirmed that, yes, he did. I pointed out that if it were Granddad who'd been downstairs, putting the ashtray back on the table and smoking his pipe, there wouldn't be any cigarette butts, only ash. What's even stranger is that we both seemed to have been awake at the same time, each of us hearing the movement in the kitchen and on the stairs. Yet, when I called out to her twice during the night, she didn't hear me, even though the house was so quiet that we could clearly hear somebody moving around downstairs. This has always baffled and slightly unnerved me. How could she hear those noises but not my voice, especially with just a single wall separating our bedrooms? And to this day, we have no explanation for what happened that night. Given the strange occurrences that have happened in the house before, we both come to agree that this incident defies any logical explanation. It might well be another one of the house's eerie unexplained events. Speaking of that, incident number 6. The next incident is by far the most intense paranormal experience I had at my nan's house. It occurred around the same time at night as the ashtray event. I woke up suddenly, feeling unusually alert. At the time, there were 2 single beds pushed together in the room. They were separated only when my sister was staying over, like I said before. The room was dimly lit by a street lamp further down the road. It had the curtains half drawn, allowing just enough light to faintly illuminate the bedroom. As I woke, I found myself staring into the large mirror at the far side of the room. that sat atop a long table parallel to the beds. But what caught my attention next was far more unsettling. At the end of the other single bed, I saw a tall, dark shadow. It was a figure standing there. It was a type of black that's hard to explain. It's so overwhelmingly dark it stood out in the already dimly lit room. I've always joked with friends that if I ever saw a ghost, I'd light up a cigarette then start speaking to it. But in that moment, all I felt was pure terror, something I'd never experienced before or since. I stared at the shadow frozen with fear before instinctively pulling the bedsheets over my head. I lay there shaking, unable to act or even think clearly. The fear was so overwhelming that the idea of uncovering myself and running out of the room felt impossible. I have no idea how long I stayed under the sheets. It felt like an eternity. And then suddenly the bedroom light flicked on, and I was even more freaked out, unsure of what was happening. Cautiously, I pulled the covers down and looked toward the end of the bed. The shadow was gone. Everything appeared normal. My nan was standing in the doorway, half asleep. I asked her why she had come into the room and turned on the light. She looked confused and said that she didn't know. She just felt like she needed to check if I was okay. My nan had never come into my room like that before, especially not in the middle of the night. I've often wondered if my granddad might have appeared at the end of the bed, maybe unintentionally scared me senseless. Maybe he even prompted my nan to wake up and check on me. What really unsettles me when I think about this is how I woke up, so suddenly and so alert. Makes me wonder how long that figure had been standing there watching me before I woke up. Is that what twinged my natural instinct that something wasn't right and forced me awake? Determined to be objective about the experience, I forced myself to stay at my nan's house again soon after. I didn't want to let this incident ruin my time with her. I even set an alarm to wake up at the same time and tried to sort of recreate the shadow using the street light. Despite my efforts, I couldn't replicate what I had seen. I'm not even sure how I managed to fall asleep again that night, but I do remember spending hours on my BlackBerry, trying to get a friend to come over and pick me up. No one was available, I guess. I think I may have stayed awake until daylight, but the experience was so unnerving that it still makes me shudder whenever I think about it. It's worth noting that I spent many more nights over a period of years over at my nan's house after this incident. Nothing like this has ever happened again. Incident 7. This incident still completely baffles me to this day. During my teenage years, I would visit my nan's house every Sunday for a traditional Sunday dinner. These moments were sort of a refuge for me, offering a sense of peace and safety during a chaotic time in my life. My nan also happens to be the best gravy maker in the history of the world, which was also a huge bonus. I'm jealous. One Sunday we were sitting down enjoying our meal, when suddenly I heard the front door fly open. A huge gust of wind rushed down the hallway, causing the kitchen door to slam shut with such force that I'm surprised it didn't come off its hinges. It absolutely smacked into the door frame. And at that same moment, the back door also flung open and then slammed shut. It's also worth noting that the gust of wind made a loud sound as it came hurtling down the hallway, almost like a roaring sound. Completely bewildered, my nan and I jumped up and rushed to the kitchen door. Initially, I didn't think anything strange had happened. I was more concerned about how the front door could have blown open like that. But when we stepped into the hallway, we found both the front and back doors closed. Mystified, I walked up to the front door and discovered it was actually locked. I then checked the back door, which was also locked. At that point, my nan and I looked out at each other and started laughing. And by then, strange and weird things had become somewhat of a common occurrence in the house. This seemed like yet another one of those unexplained events. Sat back down and continued eating, trying to make sense of what had just happened. To this day, we still have no idea or no explanation for it. Like I'm telling you, I've spent countless days and nights in that house since I was a small child. And now at 32, I still frequently visit my nan with my own family. But this particular incident never happened before, and it's never happened since. It remains one of those mysteries that lingers in the back of my mind. A reminder of the strange and unexplainable things that sometimes happen in life. Lastly, other weird instances. My Nan is often mentioned encountering the strong scent of tobacco at various parts of the house, a smell that seemed to appear out of nowhere. My granddad was a smoker, and he preferred tobacco from a pipe, like I said earlier. These encounters with the smell are something my Nan's experienced many times, always bringing with it a sudden bittersweet reminder of him. I remember as a small child, my Nan would often receive unsettling phone calls late at night. Each time there was no voice on the other end, just the eerie sound of somebody breathing or shuffling around. The calls would persist until my Nan eventually hung up. The situation became so unnerving that my dad was forced to change her phone number. After that, the calls stopped, but the mystery of who or what was behind them remained unsolved. For years, my Nan would complain about loud knocking on the front door in the middle of the night. She'd be lying in bed, and that's when the banging would suddenly start and it would jolt her awake. This went on for a long time, and yet despite all the nights I spent at her house growing up, I never experienced it myself. Recently, the knocking has stopped, but she had a period of time where she was woken up by what sounded like scratching on her bedroom door. Concerned that it could be rats, we set out bait traps in the hallway, but they've always remained untouched to this day, never really catching anything. We never did catch who was knocking on the door in the middle of the night, but we did install a Ring doorbell on the other end of the house, and since we've done this, we've never recorded never really recorded anything unusual that would suggest the culprit has returned. I met my current partner and fiancé around 12 years ago. Early in our relationship, she had already booked a holiday to Kravos. That's with a family friend that we started dating. Booked a holiday with a friend before we started dating. Not going on a date with their friend, with their fiancé. Anyway, naturally I was a bit nervous about her going to a party island. But I had complete trust in her, and during our trip I stayed at my Nan's house, keeping in touch with my partner over BBM, BlackBerry Messenger, and also Facebook whenever she could get online. I don't recall anything strange happening at my Nan's while she was away, though. The night she returned, I was excited to see her. I rushed over to her house, and we were in her room catching up, and I took off my t-shirt to get into bed. Suddenly, her expression changed. She asked me what the hell I'd been doing. Confused, I just laughed. I asked what she meant. She then told me to look at my back at the mirror. Or rather, my back in the mirror. To my shock, I was covered in deep scratches. It looked like somebody had clawed down my back with their fingers. They were leaving marks in places I couldn't have possibly reached on my own. My back was covered, as if I'd been in like a vicious fight with something. Something with human-like hands. And here I was, the one nervous about her going away, only to find myself looking like I'd been the unfaithful one while she was gone. Knowing I hadn't done anything to cause these marks, I started just freaking out in her room. Thankfully, my partner believed me, but I could tell that it made her uneasy as well, but I'd have been able to explain how these scratches appeared, and to this day we joke that I was the one who cheated. But deep down, I still am bothered by it. I have no idea what happened, and the scratches were clearly from fingers dragging down my back. Can't remember doing anything that week that may have caused them to appear. The only remotely similar incident happened to my Nan. She once woke up with a burning sensation across her ribs and found a large scratch running from her back around the front of her ribs. The thing is that it was just a single scratch. She could easily dismiss it as something that she might have done in her sleep. My experience was far more, intense. My entire back was literally torn up and it didn't hurt at all. I had no idea the scratches were there until I saw my partner that night. My thoughts. I consider myself fortunate to have shared many of these experiences with my Nan over the years. Her presence not only validated what I'd went through, but also provided comfort knowing that I could talk to somebody who truly understood how unsettling these events could be. I've often wondered if it was my granddad's spirit in the house causing these incidents. If there's anything paranormal happening, this explanation makes the most sense to me. After all, nothing harmful or truly dangerous ever occurred. Even the ashtray incident, which seems eerie in hindsight, didn't make me feel scared or in danger at the time that it was happening. However, there are two incidents that still make me uneasy. The shadow that appeared at the end of my bed that night, and the mystery scratches on my back. These stand out as the most unsettling of all of my experiences, as they caused me the most anxiety at the time. What do you think? Could it be my granddad, or is it something else? Let me know in the comments. Thank you for taking the time to read my story. You got it. Jester behind my shed. When I was 4 years old, I had cancer. When I was 5, the Make-A-Wish Foundation built me a cubby house next to our shed. I'd go down there nearly every day and play. One day, however, I noticed what looked like a man standing in the trees behind the shed. Naturally, I stayed away from it. At least, when I had friends over, though, my friend, who was 2 at the time, would scream and cry about not going near the trees. Everybody made fun of her. Would never appear when adults were around, though, sometimes vanishing when we tried to point it out to our older siblings and parents. One day I decided to check the area out on my own, without supervision. I came across the man. He had 4 arms, a green coat, and a jester's cap on. He had red eyes, pasty skin, and red polka dots. He looked at me and sighed a big sigh, as if he'd found me after looking for me for so long. I noticed that he started inching closer. I decided to run away. Eventually told my grandparents, who thought I was like, maybe I just watched the movie Clowns. My friend says that she saw a jester under the trees. It was wearing red and white and having a pin on its chest. Apparently it used to reach out to her and watch her through a window at night. When I first saw it, its face terrified me and I ran away. Second time I ran away again, but noticed it's trying to calm me down. Finally, on the last try, I forced myself not to run away, to see what it wanted. Its face was terrifying. Slits for pupils, red irises, and whites of the eyes, mostly black. A mouth that was too large with teeth that were too long. It told me, without moving its mouth, to not be afraid. Otherwise, it would just make it worse. I forced myself to calm down, and its face morphed into a less scary version of itself. The eyes and mouth were still the same, but less exaggerated. Now that I was calm, it asked me if I wanted to play a game. I said yes, I wanted to play on my swing set. It said that we couldn't go out that way, in the front of the house. Its idea of a game was a lot more, fucked. I managed to get away, but it told me to tell my friend about it. I told my mom about it when I stayed over, told my grandparents about it. They helped me do some research, and we turned up with nothing except memes and popular movies. Looking at you, killer clowns. But what happened next, I wouldn't have been able to remember without remote viewing help from a friend and my online friend. Opalescent chain. My grandparents and I heard footsteps in the hallway, and the person that emerged was not who we were expecting. A man in a black trench coat, black pants, black boots, black gloves again, black glasses, and a black fedora. Had like this ashen-looking skin, who I'm going to refer to as TCG, trench coat guy. He told me that me and my grandparents, I wasn't crazy. That there really are alien clowns. I felt relieved. He told me to talk to him in the back patio, but I didn't remember what we talked about. Afterwards, he told me to wait in the guest bathroom while he spoke to my grandparents. Waited for a while, and then I was told to come out. Apparently, my mom was picking us up. After my mom came and picked us up, there was a girl waiting for us at her house. A girl I referred to as Kingston. Trenchcoat guy took off his gloves, and one of his arms was like a metal prosthetic. He told me to go play video games with the girl while speaking to my mom. Tried to listen in, but they would stop talking and just say that I wasn't old enough to hear what was said. After playing video games for a while, I was invited to speak to this trenchcoat guy. Trenchcoat guy told me to stand at the table, to match his height, which is about 6 foot. I asked his name, and I think he responded with Nathan. although I don't really remember and will continue to use Trenchcoat Guy. He told me that he would get rid of the clowns, apparently. He also told me that the clowns were psychic and that their appearance got scarier based on the victim's fear and psyche, and that two people could see one clown and see two different things. Eventually, he said he would be back to see me. That was, I guess, when I'd be much older. Apparently, because he finds working with children annoying, he sent me back to play with Kingston. Eventually, a third person joined the group, Tang, a furry child that resembles a realistic depiction of Tails. He and Kingston were great friends and eventually teamed up on me after I tried to steal their candy. I'd already finished mine, and they played Tony Hawk American Wasteland and argued over combos and tricks. Kingston told my mom to change over the song to Mockingbird, as it was triggered bad memories or PTSD after a few hours, and then I had to go to bed. Over the next few days, everybody gradually forgot about that day, even myself. Though my grandparents still remember me talking about being chased by clowns. I'm 15 years older now. I'm turning 21 in 5 days. So hopefully something happens soon. What do you all think I should do, if anything? Be very happy to have some insight. I don't know, but I like your nickname. Connection to a haunted house. When I was 14, my family moved into a home in Colorado. It was previously like a foster home for disabled children. There's a medical crib in the garage that my parents kept for several years. My first experience, I was sitting on the edge of my bed. My mattress was pushed towards me in a manner that caused me to fall backwards. I told my parents. They apparently didn't think much of it. My next experience, my sister's in the bathtub. I was complaining about how she was taking too long, and I watched the doorknob turn on its own. I watched it as it continued to happen, rotating back and forth, and blamed my sister on the other side of the door. Apparently, she exclaimed, "It's not me." I could hear that she was far away. We had a cousin that came to visit, and they slept in the basement. She was woken up by the sound of footsteps in the carpet. She opened her eyes to see a woman standing, looking out the window. The woman walked into the bathroom, and her dog got off the bed and followed the woman into the bathroom. My cousin said the woman appeared to have what looked like chopsticks in her hair and her arms crossed around her chest. There were instances where my mom and I could hear a man and woman conversing in her bedroom. We sat in the living room. My most vivid memory is when I created a Ouija board out of wood that I found in my dad's workshop. I googled what material would be most effective. I wrote out a Ouija board with a Sharpie. My friend and I played until we heard a demonic voice in my parents' bedroom, which I can still hear in my mind, but I guess I can't not complain. It was terrifying. It sounded like the demon voice that you would hear in a scary movie, but I couldn't make out the words. We played it in the room in the basement, the same room where my cousin had seen the woman. We had it balanced on our knees and threw a blanket over top both of us. We used a shot glass to play and continued to slide it around in circles as we asked the spirit to make itself known. At one point, there was a vibration in the board that felt like it was coming from underneath it. It's kind of impossible to explain, kind of sounds crazy, but it was real. I ended up throwing the board into the fireplace and never played again because it was such a scary experience. One night, my mom and brother were arguing in the kitchen. As my brother was yelling at my mom, a chair on the kitchen table adjacent to him slid back, lifted, slammed against the floor, then slid back towards the table. There were many other small occurrences, such as lights turning on and the coffee maker turning on in the dead of night. Footsteps, the sounds of somebody running down the hallway in the middle of the night. It was just scary while I was growing up. But still to this day, I feel a connection to the house at 26. I have dreams about it. I miss it, almost like I'm mourning somebody who's passed away. Even when my parents sold it, one of the couples who were interested, they wouldn't come into the house because the wife said that she felt the energy. It was too much to enter the home. I don't know if anybody can relate, but there's nothing comparable to the way that I experienced that. I feel like I'll miss the house and its spirits for the rest of my life. All of us. do in some way or another. Sweet dreams. Welcome to Paranormal M, where every shadow holds a ghostly secret. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications to never miss out on our spine-tingling tales. Enjoy the thrill of the supernatural. Thought I'd share some interesting experiences. So growing up, we had lived in several different houses. My parents got an amicable divorce when we were young. That resulted in me and my younger brother jumping between our parents' houses. Our early life was mainly spent with our mom. She's lived in 2 separate houses, the second being the one where weird things happened. I'll split this into individual experiences. I'd love to hear thoughts, and I'd love to hear explanations. The house is a few hundred years old. Originally, when you went in, there was a small entryway with an archway to the kitchen on the left and a doorway with like a living room and a side room. I guess that was converted into 2 bedrooms. Those were on the right. Those both had their own doors. At the back of the kitchen was a toilet and a staircase that led to a staircase with a single bedroom. So, first up, my mom was dating a guy when she first moved. They had a weird series of events one night that ultimately led to him not wanting to stay anymore. While watching movies and TV one night, he had gone to the toilet and passing through the corridor, he noticed a large painting had fallen face down on the floor. The painting was a clockmaker making a clock in case anybody's curious. He put the painting back up and went to the toilet. On the way back, the painting was face down again. He went back into the living room and mentioned the painting must be loose. My mom then went to the toilet a little later, and once again the painting was back on the floor. She put it up again and checked the fixtures. This painting had been up for months. Everything was fine, and when she came back from the toilet, it was still up. She went into the living room and they continued watching their movie. He then goes to the toilet, and once again the painting is face down on the floor. He went back into the living room and accused my mom of trying to freak him out. Obviously, she was confused. But anyway, he put it back up and goes to the toilet. Once again on the way back, it was face down again. He was convinced my mom was playing a prank on him, so he put it back up and had like a whinge about her doing it to him. A little bit later, they were heading to go to bed together. And once again, the painting was on the floor, only this time the string on the painting was clearly cut in the center. Apparently, he didn't sleep much that night and rarely stayed over. I had several experiences, some odd, some terrifying. The side room that I mentioned was large. It had been converted to 2 rooms for my and my younger brother. I was up playing RuneScape one night as a kid. I had to go to the toilet. I'd logged out and ran to the toilet. When I got back, my account was logged back in on the welcome screen. It was a strange thing. Nobody knew my password. Possibly the most terrifying experience, and one of the most scary moments of my life. It happened during the day at the height of summer. By this time, I spent most of my time living with my grandparents around the corner. My mom said that this happened because I would complain about seeing a little girl in my bedroom, but I don't really remember it beyond one time where I'm pretty sure I dreamt about a small girl being in my room asking to play. I believe the real reason, I think it's because I could maybe sleep longer, couldn't get up with my mom at 6:30 for her work. But it was summer holidays and I'd gone around to play with my brother who still lived with my mom. When I went into the house, I called his name. There was nothing but silence. Then a noise came from what I thought was a living room. I went into the space between the living room and the bedrooms and called again. This time I clearly heard something shuffle from his bedroom, so I walked into his room. It was empty, but he had a raised bed with wooden storage underneath. Called for him once again and very clearly heard the shuffling move from under the bed. I assumed he was under there playing as he had a little light. Walked over to the door and opened it up. It was just black. There's nobody in there, just a bunch of toys. I can't really put into words the feeling of dread and panic that I felt. It genuinely felt as though somebody had lured me there. to the furthest point of the house and into the darkness. I ran like hell, and on the way out I heard my brother talking. He was up in the garden with my mom doing some gardening. They were nowhere near the house. I didn't really spend much time in there the years that followed. My brother also began to stay at my grandma's. He did move back when he was around 15 or 16. I would stay there occasionally with my ex-girlfriend. My grandpa's a Catholic and really didn't like the idea of me and my girlfriend sharing a bed before marriage. We had some strange experiences, but nothing overly notable other than one night. We were watching TV in what used to be the old room, or my old room. The door had frosted glass, and in the middle of the night we heard somebody walk up to the glass. I could see somebody appear in the room briefly before walking away. We'd assumed it was my mom checking if we were up there still, but we never really got confirmation. My mom usually would have come in and asked. While my mom and her current boyfriend were on holiday, I was asked to feed the dog, and maybe just let it out a couple of times a day. I'd done this many times in the past, and the dog would always come through whining and wagging its tail before jumping up at me. The dog's bowl was close to the toilet, so the opposite end of the kitchen. There's a side door next to it. I'd come down to this one particular day, and I was walking up to the house, and I had a weird, ominous feeling that I shrugged off. Went inside and called for the dog. It was silent. Walked through, could see the dog sat on the couch. It had clearly heard me. Called it again, and it climbed off the couch, but it wouldn't go into the kitchen. I was talking to the dog, as you do, and putting its food out. I stood next to the bowl, and I could see its head poking around the corner. I called for it again, and it just stared at me. No noise. It was bizarre. I just leaned against the wall and pulled out my phone. A few seconds later, the dog whined, and as I looked up at her, a big wood plank, I think they call them 2x4s. Indeed. It was propped up against the wall, flying down, and barely dodged it. Would have hit me had the dog not drawn my attention. The dog ran away, and I locked everything up and left as quick as I could. Here's another one of my mom's experiences. She was holding an 18th party for me. She had awkwardly printed various posters of me growing up and put them everywhere in the kitchen. She had just finished cleaning and prepping the house for the party. That's when she said that she sat down with a coffee in the kitchen. She'd never really gone into detail about what happened, but she said that she had an unnerving feeling. And suddenly, one by one, the picture of me all started to just fall off the walls. She's very skeptical as well, but I think she believes in it more than she lets on. She freaked out, put them all back up, and went to bed. The party was fine the next day, and she told me this a few months after. She actually had some mediums around for a girls' night sort of thing. She often antagonizes them because she doesn't believe them, but she likes the fun of it and her friends, and I guess they made the suggestion. There were two, a man and a woman. She had asked the man if he felt anything and said the house was clear. Everybody who had lived there was at peace. Towards the end of the night, as the mediums were leaving, the woman actually pulled my mom to the side and asked to speak in private. She said that the man had actually lied because he didn't want to scare her, but he's picked up a couple of spirits. She said one was a little girl who was, quote-unquote, so happy to have seen children return to the house, and also that, in quotes, she was sorry if she ever scared them. Finally, I told my mom that I kept dreaming about holding some sort of effigy in the house. I drew them for her, and she was panicked. She told me a few years back that she'd bought some corn dollies a few years before moving in. She had stored them in the cellar. She said that they were identical to what I drew, and it freaked her out so much the next day she got rid of them in the cellar and burned them both. I still to this day don't like being there alone, but I do occasionally look after their new dog. There's other weird things that I'm forgetting, though I don't really believe I witnessed anything paranormal. I have to say, it scared me as a kid. I've had various weird things happen at many of the places I've lived at, and I'll share at some point. But I hope somebody finds these experiences interesting. I'm sick in bed and would love to read your ghost stories. What are your scariest experiences? In middle school, I became obsessed with playing Ouija board. Now, I do think that a lot of the time people are pushing the planchette, and there is something to be said about the ideomotor effect. That may be the case initially, but a friend of mine opened up ourselves to something far darker. The school year ended and the summer began. Played nearly every day with my friend. We made contact with the spirit whose name I will not repeat. Initially, we thought this was a good spirit, like trying to will us to, helping us uncool, slightly outcast boys. After my friend left town with his family to go to their country summertime share, I was left alone. This is when things started to take a dark turn. Initially, it was just things like small movements, shadows out of the corner of my eye, the closet door just slightly opening at night. Then things started to pick up. I had the distinct impression that whatever this was now revealing its true self. It was not good. Although I never saw an actual spirit, I had the feeling at night that this thing would enter my room and stand by the door near my bed. It would be looking at me and it'd be grinning. Yes, Gecko. It relished the fact that I was terrified. Then more things started to move, and in particular the closet door that would swing open. The temperature would plummet in the room and it would be freezing. Most nights I ran out of my bedroom and ended up sleeping at the foot of my parents' bed. They were very annoyed and suspected that something was up with this game that had clearly gone out of hand. Even when sleeping in my parents' bedroom, I had the feeling that it came in and would stand close enough that it would terrify me, but not close enough that I would freak out and scream for my parents. Perhaps the scariest thing was it started to turn on electronics. In particular, again, a Game Boy that I had. When activating this game, it would play a melody. This Game Boy was in a drawer. The melody would play over and over and over again, as if somebody was pressing on the on button. As cliche as it sounds, this continued even after I moved the batteries, and, 12-year-old me didn't know any better than to head to a church with an empty water bottle, take holy water, and sprinkle it all around the doors and windows of my house. And somehow that worked. Or maybe simply the fact that I was no longer playing the game and this portal or connection or whatever this thing was becoming weaker. After a few months, it finally went away. At least I think it did. I'm now an adult, and I've lived at my parents' house for nearly 2 decades. I sometimes go back for Christmas, but I don't get a sense that there's anything there. I realize this is a little circumstantial, not as dramatic as other stories here, but I figured I'd tell mine too. I figured, here's one to get the ball rolling. Story number 2. Shortly after I was born in 1978, my parents decided to move out of New York City to the suburbs. They figured this would be a better place to raise children. They bought a house in Syosset, New York. The split-level house had 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a dining room, and a kitchen, and a den, which included a fireplace. In addition, there was a partly finished basement with a guest room. There was a billiard room, and there was also a bar. The unfinished part of the basement included a boiler room and a heater, and a laundry room, as well as a toilet. We lived in this house until 1986, when my parents realized that living in the city might be better after all. Both of my parents, and particularly my mother, were deeply unhappy there. I remember my parents fighting and my mother crying. And this may be that we were like an ethnically diverse family in a largely white, conservative, petite bourgeois town. We've always felt like outsiders there. As early as I can remember, I was terrified of the basement. The area by the bar had a particularly dark, ominous feeling to it. I was also terrified of the main level of the house at night, and would rarely leave my room after being put to bed. I realized that this could be chalked up to being a young boy. I'm certainly not convinced that this was something paranormal, but I'll recount some of my stories and those of my family members. Most of the stories of my family members were disclosed years after we moved from the house. It was over Christmas dinner when the wine had made my mother, father, and sister willing to share their own experiences. The earliest memory that I have in my room was waking up to the sound of cackling laughter, like that of a witch. The laughter stopped shortly after I woke up. I clearly remember hearing it. I was petrified and frozen stiff. I was so scared I didn't get out of bed and run to my parents' room. Stayed completely still until I fell asleep again. Of course, this could have been a sort of a hallucination, but it felt so very real. My mother would avoid going down to the basement to do laundry alone. Whenever she was down there, she felt something sinister and menacing watching her, eventually coming up behind her as if breathing down her neck. I remember several times hearing her race up the stairs and slam the door to the basement shut. She always claimed that something chased her up those stairs. Indeed, a common feeling people have in basements, haunted or not. My father claimed that when he was home alone, he would hear the billiard ball grouped in a triangle break. It was as if somebody was starting a game. He didn't go down to investigate alone, but my mother came home and made up an excuse to go down together. Everything was untouched, both the table and the balls. There was a hamper and a chute that connected the bathroom on the ground floor with the laundry room in the basement. This saved you the trouble of lugging laundry downstairs. This would take your dirty clothes, throw them down the chute, and they would fall and land on the laundry room floor. Whenever I opened the chute door, you could glimpse down to the basement. In my mind's eye, there was always a face looking up menacingly, grinning, taking pleasure in frightening a child. Every time you opened that chute to throw your clothes down, it was as if this thing was waiting for you and staring up. When I disclosed the story to my family over Christmas, that's 20 years later, my sister's eyes got wide and she said, "You felt it too." My parents wouldn't go into detail, but they had the impression that something very bad had happened in that basement. Most likely a suicide. My sister and I pressed them for more information, but they refused and played down anything supernatural. After we moved out in 1986, my parents initially had trouble selling the house. We'd go back and check in it from time to time, rake the leaves, clean out the gutters. The empty house had an even worse feeling. We couldn't, close up and get out of there fast enough. Every time we drove away, there was a sense of relief. This house just felt terrible. And that's how that ends. Possession? Not sure what sub to post under. At night while I'm lying in bed, I'll get this extremely intense feeling of anxiety. That's as I'm dozing off. It's a very slow approaching anxiety, almost as if I can feel something getting closer to me. It's such a horrible feeling. My heart races. I want to hide underneath my covers. The anxiety is proportionally related to my level of sleepiness. So the higher the anxiety, the harder it is for me to stay awake. In these situations, I do not want to fall asleep. I'll get sleep paralysis and I'll have hallucinations, usually sexually in nature, non-consenting. This scenario just happened again a few minutes ago. Tried to fight off the sleepiness at first, but because it happened so often, I was just kind of oh well, it'll pass. Let's get over it with. Cue the sleep paralysis. Usually during these quote-unquote dreams, I'm usually just lucid and experiencing some kind of sexual act or having something done to me or me performing it on someone. I never really have any control over it. The events just happen. This time it was completely different. I became someone else. It was like I was reliving a moment of this person's life. And for context, I'm a black woman in my 20s. In this dream, I guess, I was suddenly an extremely overweight white male sitting on the side of a bed scrolling on my phone. I may have been looking at some kind of pornographic material, I'm not sure. Quote-unquote, I had respiratory issues because there was suddenly an oxygen machine next to me. I had this horrible cough. I really hate to have to explain this next part, but there was a young girl, a child 8 or 9, sleeping in the bed next to me. I believe she was this guy's sister. It was blah. Okay, they didn't give a warning. I'm going to go ahead and give a warning to skip forward another 30 seconds or so. But my editor will get mad at me if I don't read everything, so I'm going to read it. So, sleeping in the bed next to me, believed she was this guy's sister. He was groping her, she slept and touching her in extremely inappropriate ways, and then I kind of started to come to my senses and regain my sense of self. I tried to stop touching the girl, but this guy kept taking back over and doing it. It became a battle of will, basically. Whose will is stronger? Mine to stop assaulting the girl and wake up, or his to keep me trapped here and doing this. Like, literally, I was pulling the arm one way and he was pulling the arm the other way. The arm was just stuck in the air at one point because neither of us were letting up. It started to overpower me and I heard the girl crying. It made me start to freak out, which jolted me awake and back into my own body, my own room. Remember, I said the guy had this consistent wheeze and cough, so when I woke up I was still doing that. Then I realized I didn't have any respiratory problem and I didn't need to. Indeed, Gecko. A paranormal event. So to start off, this used to happen often, like on a daily basis. It stopped for some reason on December. My room isn't the biggest. I have a queen-size bed, a large drawer, and a built-in closet. My bed would be under the room's window facing the door, with the closet being to the right, drawer to the right too. Well, I usually would cub to music until I drift to sleep. Cub. Which would be around 10 or 11 at most. But this time I was like really vining to the music. I feel very old because I don't understand these words. So I stayed awake. It's around 12:30ish when I felt the bed kind of vibrate like Jurassic World type where it would stop and continue. First I thought I was just fat shaking the bed. About a minute later the vibration got bad and it got to the point where it felt like somebody was punching my bed from the window side. Now keep in mind I had my AirPods in still, but I could hear a faint tap. I was confused thinking it was just a bug or something, but then it hit me. These are noise cancellation, right? Literally took them off, and I kid you not, that shit was hard like pounding. Like it would be slowly. Stayed like this for a good minute with me just staring back at the window. Curtains, of course, were blocking it until the pound stopped. Turned into taps. That's when I was like, hell no. Went underneath the blanket, and I don't know why. Suddenly the rats on my fucking... Excuse me? And suddenly the rats on my fucking started running. I could hear them scratching along the inner walls coming from the window towards my closet. I literally stayed under the blanket until the blanket's heats made me sleep eventually. When I woke up and got ready for school, my mom asked me why I was so sweaty. I told her. Literally all she told was to not open the window, which to me sounds like a pretty obvious thing to me, because what the fuck would I? I just want to know what this could be, because it stopped for a while, but I'm afraid it might come back. Also, I've noticed things in my house are moving, which make me scared, thinking that shit came in or something. And although the knocking stopped, there was a day this week where all my dogs started barking towards my window maniacally. Village Ghost. My family's from a rural village in Vietnam. This story was told by my grandparents when I visited them. This happened post-Vietnam War when people from the coastal village were poor. During that time, there was a couple that lived near my grandparents' house. One day, their son went in to get a haircut at the barber. Once he was finished, he returned home, but his father saw him from the door. He was upset about the haircut and wanted to cut it himself. This led to him getting a pair of scissors and chasing him around the house to try to cut his hair. Ran around the house and stumbled upon a landmine. Stepped on it, causing it to detonate. I wasn't sure if it was a landmine or a grenade, since my grandparents don't know the name of it. Caused him to blow up into bits and pieces. My grandma recounted how his intestines were spotted everywhere and the blood stained the house. Later on, the spirit of the man would hide in the trees near the canal in front of my grandparents' house. There would be many accounts of people encountering him when they would be like across at the bridge to the canal. He would taunt them and tease them while they screamed in fear. Many of my family members have told stories of their encounters with the man and how he would taunt them. My great-uncle personally encountered him, is scared to go to sleep at my grandparents' house to this day, scared to walk near the canal by himself. Along with the man, there was a woman that fell in the canal when she was coming back from her work, causing her to die. This has led to many encounters of her when it rains with her hair down and wet. The surrounding area of my grandparents' house has been known to have many ghosts and spirits around, many that died during the war and others that died of unfortunate events. Although now there isn't any, well, I guess there isn't many encounters, some still wander. My paranormal experiences. I'm pretty sure that I used to live on a native burial ground. For context, we lived in rural New York State at the time. That house is from 2016 or early 2022. Most of these experiences took place in the later years of living there. I'll write them as best as I can in chronological order. There were many minor events that happened early on that aren't all that notable and can be fairly easily explained. I'm going to only include the important events. The first event that I recall was when we were playing hide and seek one day. Me and my friend hid in a small cutout area for the exterior cellar door. We were the only ones down there. My brother's friend came down and said that he thought he saw somebody and ran after them. I came out and asked him if he was chasing and told him that it was only the two of us down there. We were all freaked out and went upstairs. The next one also happened in the basement. We were sort of playing ghost hunting. My friend, the same one that I hid with, felt something brush past him. I turned the light on and I tried to convince him that it was just his imagination. But then the light went out. He wasted no time, booked it upstairs. May have been a coincidence, but either way, it still freaked us out. The next strange thing was a string of events that happened every night for about a month. I would wake up every night just past 3 a.m. feeling terrified, like I was being watched. Not long before this started happening, I was up late past my bedtime reading. I had my blinds closed, so my parents didn't see my lamp. I was starting to get tired and got into my bed to go to sleep, but as soon as I laid her down, which I think is laid it down, I heard 3 taps on my window. My room's on the 2nd floor and it wasn't windy. There were no trees within about 50 feet of the house. I was freaked out and pulled open the blind to see nothing. There was only one of 2 sleepless nights in that room. The other was when I woke up to hear heavy breathing coming from the other side of the room by the closet. First I thought it was my younger brother who shared a room with me, but it was just too loud. I stood between his bed and the closet and heard the breathing coming from the closet. I woke my brother up and explained the situation. I had him hold a flashlight and shine it when I opened the door. I yanked the sliding door open and the breathing stopped. There's nothing in there, just a dresser and some clothes. I know it wasn't a vent causing it because the only vent was by my bed and this had never happened before. A while after the previous events, me and my sister saw what proved the paranormal was real. We had just got done watching a movie with the family. We were the first ones upstairs other than my youngest sister, who was already asleep. The bathroom was at the very top of the stairs as soon as he got up. Me and my sister were talking, and as we reached the top, we both were about to turn the corner to the bedrooms when we saw a dark figure about the size of my youngest sister walk into the bathroom and close the door. Thought that it was my sister at first. Could only see it sort of out of the corner of my eye, but I looked into her room and she was fast asleep. I looked at my sister with my eyes wide and I said, "You saw that too, right?" She confirmed what I had seen. I busted into the bathroom, flipping on the light and checking every corner. Nothing. We were shocked and just went to bed, not speaking about it due to the fact that everybody would have denied her story. Later we brought this up after my youngest sister wouldn't sleep in her room for a week after seeing a 6-foot-tall shadow figure watching her sleep. She came out of her room screaming one night and went to her parents crying, talking about a monster in her room. In the morning she described it as an all-black, man-shaped figure in the corner of her room. I stood where she said it was, and it was much taller than I was. I was about 5'2" at the time. Me and my sister then shared our story and everybody was freaked out. This happened in the summer of 2020. Right before the summer, I was home alone with my only grandpa. I was out of school because the high school had final exams, so there were a couple of days I was home alone. I went outside to do a chore. I don't really remember what, but I heard a slow thudding coming from the woods. I tried to see what it was, but I wasn't overly concerned by it. Neither was the gecko. Just assumed it was my neighbor's. This wasn't significant until the next summer. I remember the exact date because it was on 9/11/2021. But me, my siblings, and my brother's friend, same one in the first encounter, were out playing in the woods. And these woods are weird. They kind of give an off feeling when you're in them. They had many rock piles, which I assumed were native burials, but didn't want to find out and disturb a grave. Those woods were on the backside of our property, and they were lower in elevation. They were thick, and they always were far cooler than anywhere else, like 20 degrees cooler. I love the woods. Try to be in them as much as possible, but those woods were different. I never ventured too far into them on my own. So, back to the story. We were just playing in the woods, and we were pretty far apart down the wood line, maybe 100 yards or so. We weren't even 100 feet in. I was with my brother, and I had a very, very faint thudding-like sound, like a drum beat. As time went on, it got louder to the point my brother noticed them as well. He asked me if I heard it, and I said yeah. Freaked out, said it was cannibals. I calmed him down, convinced him it wasn't. We were both freaked out. It was because it was coming from deep in the woods where there aren't really houses for miles. The birds also went silent. We went down the wood line, got our sisters and his friend. We told them, and they said that they heard it too. We got out of the woods and just listened by the edge. My brother and his friend went to investigate, but turned around about 50 feet in. They said they looked down the hill and saw like a native girl crashed at the bottom. They bolted back and told us to run. Went into the house all terrified, but me and my brother and his friend went back out and watched the woods with the binoculars from outside the house. We didn't see anything. And all this time the drums kept getting steadily louder to the point where they sounded like they were in a yard. Eventually we heard what sounded like thousands of crows, like going nuts, dogs barking, and it just stopped. It was eerily silent for a minute until the birds started singing again. We wouldn't wrap our heads around it and try to explain what happened, but we just couldn't. These were all the major paranormal experiences that I thought are worth sharing. Almost everything major took place from 2019 to 2021. The music from across the lake. So I can't remember what year it was exactly, but I think it was around 2013. I hadn't been living in Seattle, but I moved back home to my parents' house for a short stay for a few months to get back on my feet before I could move to Tacoma. I came back in late summer, and I was gone in the city after Thanksgiving. During that time, I started to hang out with some folks from the old gang people used to stay after high school. One of the people we hung out with, her grandparents owned a home overlooking a lake. It was awesome. We had some excellent parties there. Now, Ashley, all names changed for privacy, and her family owned this home for a while since the mid-'80s. She told us about an accident that happened. It was summer in the early 90s, and her father's friend died there. She was fuzzy on the details, but it was a jet ski accident and he drowned in the lake. Apparently, they drug him to shore, but they were too late. I'm not sure if that explains what happened to us, but I just wanted to preface the story with this. It was the late fall of 2013. My friend Chris and I were waiting in our respective girlfriends at the time, getting ready for a Halloween party that night. He was sitting playing some PC game in the corner, and I was watching some horror movie on TV. At this point, it was dark, pretty much pitch black. It was a dry night. I remember I went out back to smoke. Kept hearing a strange noise. The noise sounded like something slapping around in mud or muck. Not a strong thud, but weak just enough to grab my attention. I could hear it coming from around the lake, and at some point my buddy Chris is out here smoking with me. I asked him if he could hear that noise. He said he did, so without really any hesitation, we started to investigate. In some reeds, we found a huge decaying salmon still alive. Its eyes were whited out, and whatever kind of rot it had was affecting its whole body. It was rotting while it was alive. We were baffled. I don't know really much about local flora and fauna, but from what Chris and I both knew, salmon didn't run in that lake. No sea access. Well, that was weird. We choked it up to the magic of Halloween, you know? Weird shit does happen. It wasn't Halloween, but good enough explanation. We just didn't really want to think about that sickening flopping sound. The lady's now finally ready. It was time to move out. We had a good time at my friend's house party, but after we headed back to the lake house, I failed to mention my friend Chris had moved in there recently. It was late, the girls had gone on sleep, but Chris and I were hopelessly addicted to a MOBA called Heroes of New Earth at the time, so we wanted to get into a game. Who cares how many beers we had? During the game, we noticed the windows of the house were opened wide open. It was cold in the house. It's October in Washington State, talking 40 degrees. We had both of our computers set up in the kitchen, since nobody's using the tables for anything, so Chris got up, shut each window. They're the kind of window that slide open from the bottom, so you need to slide the window up to open it. After the game, we went out for a smoke. Pretty common practice for us. As we were getting up, I heard Chris say, "What the hell? I closed these." The windows were back open, wide open like before. I closed them again this time. I saw with my own eyes. We smoked, went back inside of our computer, and we entered the queue for another game. I noticed that once again the windows were opened, like wide again. At this point, we thought it was a friend of ours who was trying to mess with us. A friend who knew we'd be there, too. It was a pretty common hangout spot for all of our friend group. People sort of dropped in all the time. We looked out in the driveway and everything checked out all the normal cars. Chris and I started to get spooked somebody was messing with us, and it wasn't one of our friends. We armed ourselves. Chris had a Big Mag flashlight made out of metal, and I grabbed a big knife out of the kitchen drawer. We thought at this point it was time to go take a look around the house. The fog was starting to come in off the lake. If you've never seen fog creep and stretch, it's a pretty weird thing. It's slow, but almost like in a heartbeat, it's covering the land in wisps, just enough to fool you. It dampens noise, too, so every tree branch you snap under your feet sounds different, like it's just for you to hear. I like that. The flashlight was weak. It was so old that we had a few feet of light, basically. We looked around the house, starting out in front with that's where the driveway and everything was, and we looked by the cars. We were checking to see if our cars were fine, and we moved from there to the side of the house where no one was around. And at this point, the light couldn't have been seen. It looked like it was made of smoke. It was just so thick with fog, nothing could be seen. That's when we heard something at first very softly. It was music. A song I've never heard before, slow roll of the piano. Both Chris and I were thrown off by the sound of the music. "You're hearing this music, right?" he asked. "Yeah, man," I said back. We were practically holding hands at this point, standing shoulder to shoulder and like nearing closer to the back door. The music was starting to get louder, just closer to us. Chris, with his flashlight, started looking in all the directions trying to find the source. It sounded like it was coming off of the lake. It was like a boat or something. The fog would part and we'd be able to see something moving. Nothing moved, but the music, like some somber tune, I could really never make out. If I ever heard it again, I would recognize the music. It's never left me. Chris and I were both pretty unnerved by the situation unfolding. We went inside, locked the doors once again. The windows are wide open. Chris closed them, and I remember this so vividly. Chris closed and locked the windows, and he looked white. He turned around and said, "I could hear the music off the lake." We went to bed snuggling in with our ladies, and they were none the wiser. The next morning, I remember being woken up by Chris's girlfriend complaining about how cold it was. The windows were left open overnight. Chris and I are still close friends. We discuss this every few years, I would say. But never really landed on what the music was, or What was up with the fish or even weirder windows? We don't know about if it was connected or maybe it was that untimely drowning that happened. What I do know is that I never heard the music again, neither did he. Grandpa. So this was around 2010. I was nearing my mid-20s. After my first failed attempt to move out of my parents' house, I returned home from the city to recoup from a failed attempt at being an adult. I was starting to hang out with the old crew from high school, my friend Jay, and my other friend Mark. Now, Mark's parents were decently well off, and they would leave on vacations for long periods of time. This would leave Mark to watch over the house. The house had a history. It was a cute home built by his grandfather in the 40s, if I'm not mistaken. It was built into the side of a hill, so one side it looked like a one-story home. The other side revealed that it's a two-story with a basement. On the larger side of the house had a long wooden staircase leading to the kitchen that was the main of the house. The front door on the short side always stayed locked, since nobody came in that way. The house itself was upstairs. It was fairly normal and big. It had an open kitchen, flowed into the living room, and Mark's bedroom was attached in the hallway in the kitchen. There was an upstairs bedroom, and that's where his parents stayed. The basement had no access from inside the house. Instead, it was accessed from outside, and it had a big sliding wood door that opened up to a fairly spooky basement. It had a very old furnace in it that heated the home. It was huge and had many pipes spidering off it, almost like a tree with a bunch of branches. The layout of the home is important, so try to keep it in mind. Mark's grandpa built that home. He also died in that basement. Apparently he had died while working on one of his many projects down there. He passed many moons before Jay and I started to come by and hang with his grandson. So with all of that being said, one night Mark, Jay, and I were coming home from a local bar. We had a ritual Thursday night to hit the bar for cheap dollar beer night, then back to Mark's place where we would pick out a VHS from his parents' insane collection of VHS tapes and watch one. We'd smoke a joint, hang out, and watch a movie, and honestly, it was always a lot of fun. One night we get back, and it was late summer after midnight. I remember the movie we watched was some terrible movie called Terror Vision. Super campy 80s stuff. We all smoked cigarettes at the time, so we paused the movie and moved out through the kitchen and down the steps outside so we can smoke. When we came back inside, all of the drawers and cabinets in Mark's kitchen were all hanging open. When we walked into the living room, the door leading to outside was open too. Mark couldn't explain it, as he stated nobody ever comes through that door. We always kept it locked. Maybe not a direct quote. It's been 14 years since this has passed, but you get the picture. We all armed ourselves with stuff that we could find laying around. I think I had a cane or an umbrella. We didn't think it was a ghost. Maybe a friend messing with us, or maybe even a burglar. We went through the whole house and nothing, not a soul. We joked that Mark maybe it's a ghost, and that's when they told us about Grandpa. So from then out, mostly just joking, we said that it was just Grandpa coming to visit. Nothing else happened that evening. Talked about it a few times, but nothing major. Then in the early fall, late September, maybe early October, Mark and I were hanging out, and Jay was on his way over, and we were going to go to our local drive-in movie theater. Wanted to see what was playing that night. So it was golden hour, the sun was starting to fade, but not before pouring gold all across the land. Mark and I were inside watching The Simpsons. That's when we heard a familiar noise. We heard somebody coming up the big wooden steps from outside. Got up to greet Jay in the kitchen getting her cigarettes ready. We got there and there's nothing. Jay's truck wasn't out there, just her cars, and nobody's at the door or on the steps. We decided, okay, that's pretty weird. We went back to the living room, Simpsons still playing. Pretty much as soon as we sat down, we heard the steps again, this time heading back down. Thinking about it still gives me the chills. Mark and I looked at each other this time, and he said, "Let's get out of here." I said, "Yep." We got up and left from the front door because didn't want to even entertain the thought of leaving through the kitchen. And nothing like that ever happened again. Now, I'm not super believer in anything. Most things can be explained with some rational thought. Been through them all before, and this was one thing in my life that I just can't really make any logical sense out of. Maybe it was just Grandpa coming to visit. Seemingly supernatural help in a graveyard near me. A few years ago, I was trying to find my granddad, great-granddad, my nan, and step-nan's grave on my father's side. I spent over 2 hours looking, and I was giving up, and I prayed for help. A leaf fell from a tree. It moved very strangely. It was spiraling supernaturally slowly toward the right, quite a distance away. It landed on a grave, one of 100. It was the correct one, my nan and step-nan's grave. This was in midsummer, so you don't get many leaf droppings. My wife even witnessed this, and actually in the same graveyard 30 years before, I went with my mom and dad, and the same thing happened. Couldn't find the graves. 2 years later, my mom prayed, and a black cat jumped up onto a fence from a garden on the outside of the graveyard. It just stopped, and it looked at us. And then it proceeded to jump down and walk to a grave and sat there looking at us. And it was my great-granddad's grave. I just feel like life is more than what we think it is. Very short, but sweet and to the point. I love it. Think my dad tried to contact me when he died. On the day my father died, I was in the car park at my workplace walking in. And I had this rage come over me. It was not rational. It was over-the-top angry, not like me at all. I'm very calm normally. I worked a couple of hours, then suddenly I had this feeling come over me of a great, great emptiness inside me. The most awful feeling of loss. This included a pressure pushing like really hard just above the center of my eyes. I guess that's where they say the third eye is located. It was strong enough it made me stop what I was doing, and I just stared off into space feeling like I was looking into a void. Then a couple of minutes later I had a call on the tannoy, it's a speaker system, to ring the office. And that's when I was told to go get to the hospital. My dad was there. When I got there, he was already dead. Never had anything like that before or since, especially the feeling of a void or emptiness suddenly enveloping me. Anybody else has this feeling, especially the pressure in the middle of your forehead? Yep. Something touched my husband's leg last night. My husband just told me that something touched his leg last night. It wasn't a tap, it was a graze under the blanket. We sleep with separate blankets because he's a blanket hog. He'll wrap himself into a burrito and there's no way to even get inside the blanket when he's tucked in that way. Our 2 dogs sleep with us. They take turns squeezing in between us. One of our cats also sleep with us, but he's usually on top of me. Again, he's a human burrito at night. Can't get him out of it until he gets up and unwraps himself. We moved into this house 4 years ago. A year after we moved in, my brother was house sitting, and he said that he heard running and laughing in her room. We were across the country. He was the only one in the house with 2 dogs who were in the guest room with him. That was when he heard the noises. My brother decided to take my dogs to his house because he was scared to sleep in the house after he heard the running and laughing. Also, since we moved into this house, 3 of our pets have died from mysterious causes. My cat, who was healthy one day, was dead under the bed after the day next. My dog, healthy and bouncy, started vomiting and showing signs of bloat. Even though he was home all day, didn't get into the trash or didn't run marathons before, like eating and drinking. Then recently one of my cats was found in my drawer, curled up like she used to do when she would take a nap. And this time she didn't move when I picked her up. Also doesn't help that the house number's 13, huh? We have a cat room where the cat's bowls, water fountain, and a little robot are located. But for some reason our cats would rather hang out with us and only go in the cat room to eat, drink, and use the bathroom. The dogs won't go in there as well. We've already planned on abandoning the place since our recent cat died because 3 deaths in a 4-year span is not normal. We booked a 3-month stay and an extended stay, and we've almost packed up all of our clothes and other items that we don't want to leave. Mostly artwork and pictures and souvenirs. I've also been getting unusually sick since moving here. I have schizoaffective disorder too. I hear voices, but I was always able to shut them out. Now they're louder. Went to the cardiologist last week and the doctor was doing her thing with my calves, and when she squeezed one of my calves I told her it hurt. She referred me to a vascular doctor to check for possible blood clots. The heart rate was 117 that was when hooked up to the EKG. She wrote another referral to get a CT scan for possible calcium around my heart. We're stumped. Can't leave until October 1st because that's when my ESOP distribution will come. Whatever this thing is trying to kick us out of the house. I hope you guys got out of there. My only paranormal experience. Trigger warning. Domestic abuse is mentioned once. Keeping it vague to make it anonymous. My grandmother was a very strong-willed person. She could do anything that she set her mind to, and I always was very impressed by her. The thing is, I was always aware from a young age that she didn't like my father, probably because he hid my mother. That would do it. My grandmother fell ill, and after some time in a nursing home, a shadow of her former self, she passed away. Truthfully, it was a blessing because she was suffering. But 2 things happened the day she passed away. A very old clock that we had owned for 30-plus years stopped, never worked again. Personal belonging of my father's that was always kept in the same place went missing. It was later found in the back of a cupboard that had no reason to be in. It was bizarre. I like to think my grandmother was playing a prank on my father from beyond the grave. Yeah, me too. Wired experience in a hotel room. So I was away for a vacation in a different state with my date. We met 2 months before. As usual, when we reached the city, we checked in the hotel and ordered the room. I was too tired after driving. We had dinner, then we went to sleep. As soon as I went to sleep, I started feeling uneasiness in my chest. Thought it was due to food. Thought about going for a little bit of a walk alone. When I was walking, I saw a random lady on the street, which I had just glanced at. Came back to my hotel while walking in the lobby, and I saw that strange lady again. Thought maybe she's hotel staff or something, then I laid my bed. As soon as I went to sleep, I could see the lady in my dreams, and her point of view. She came inside the room and was watching both of us sleep. Then she started crawling on the bed. I could even feel compression on the mattress, and this dream continued for a long time. Her crawling on the mattress and me seeing that lady's point of view. I got shit scared that night and checked out next morning, obviously. Can't tell my date about that. So I made up some excuse on hotel staff behavior and we left our other hotel. Things got sorted out there, and since I'm writing this story, I'm still getting goosebumps. My 6-year-old is having nighttime visitors. I have a long history in life of my own personal, supernatural, paranormal experiences, good and bad. However, this is not something I discuss with my kids. I tend to follow the when they ask the question, they're ready for the answer policy on most topics. It's just never come up, especially with my little 6-year-old daughter. She and her 11-year-old sister share a room, but she goes to bed about an hour earlier. She has a bedtime ritual of a song and some hugs. We did our song. I leaned over and hugged her and cupped her cheek with my hands, so I told her I loved her and rubbed it a little bit. When I stood up to leave, she grabbed my hand and said something. At night, somebody rubs her cheek just like that. She thought it was her sister. When she opens her eyes to see who it is, she sees her sister in bed and nobody else in the room. She said that she thought maybe it was me, maybe not, if it's not her sister, but I'm never there. I asked her if it was always like a kind, loving touch like that. She said yes. I said, well, as long as it's a loving feeling, there's nothing to worry about. and that's okay, and left it at that. I told her if she ever feels uncomfortable or unsafe at night, she can always come wake me. She showed no signs of alarm. I then went to ask her sister if by chance she was ever touching her sister as she sleeps. Her reaction seemed kind of perplexed. She said, "No, why would I do that?" I just said, "I don't know," just asked and moved on. Their beds are across the room from one another, so no accidental touch is really possible. This obviously bothers me a bit. I'm glad that whatever's visiting is using a loving touch so the idea of a relative comes to mind, but I was also kind of hit with a wave of violation, though, feeling like I don't want her being approached by a spirit or being that I kind of visualize being like something guarding her, like a boundary saying she's off limits. Still thinking about this 2 days later, though, and looking for input. Hearing boyfriend's voice in sudden gust of wind. I was in bed sleeping. My boyfriend had already left for work. I sleep with a compression mask for my frequent headaches, so I wasn't able to see anything. When I awoke a few hours later, I woke up to my boyfriend's voice in front of me, asking if he could borrow my headphones. They're kept on the bed frame behind me. It's a shelf-type bed frame, so I'd have to take the mask off and look behind me to get it. But I felt off. I remembered him leaving for work earlier that morning. Felt like I responded and said, "Sure." But there was no response, and then I stayed still, and my anxiety rose. All of a sudden I felt and I heard a huge gust of wind like it was funneling around me, and my ears popped. I laid still for a second, and then I took my mask off, and nothing and no one was there. Felt pretty off since, and I'd hardly know what that was or if it was actually anything at all. I know I could have been dreaming it, but it felt so real, like too real. I've never had a dream that vivid before. I rarely ever even remember my dreams. Like I said, I'm normally not one to jump or to think of the paranormal. It's curious. Dream of killing a hellhound. It spoke to me. So many thoughts running through my head now. There was an elderly man and woman, and the man got attacked. They were married. I didn't know them, though. I tried to keep the woman safe, and there was nothing I could do to help the man. They assumed that I killed him. Suddenly, the hound's dead, but the door I was trying to keep shut made a hole. I could see its red eye moving wildly. It locked in on me and burst the door open. Then it broke through the door and took a knife, cut its head open. Oddly, I wasn't afraid at all, but the woman was in a full panic. The second hound came in and I killed that one also. Wasn't touched at all by the hounds. The hounds could speak and they told me, "I will teach you to fight," in a deep, ferocious, angry tone. It didn't actually seem angry, if that makes sense. It felt like a test, maybe a test of fear and attachment. After I killed them, they could still stalk and seemed to applaud me for killing them and not feeling fear. In an earlier part of the dream, I tried to warn the elderly man that it seemed that there were a lot of bears and wolves around the cabin. He said, I'm not worried. I've never looked into the idea of hellhounds, really. I wish I hadn't have had afterwards, because now it's got me freaked out. What could it mean? Any help or thoughts? Rental house that had, possibly, 2 spirits. When I was younger, say like 10, my family moved into this rental house. Not uncommon for us since my dad was in the military at the time. Not long after we moved in, we started experiencing things in the house. We would see things, hear things, and find things. As well as my parents' relationship taking a very bad turn. Arguing all the time, basically couldn't even be around each other. We learned later that the couple who lived there before us had split while they were living there as well. Same thing with the 2 families after us. My family has theories about the house. Almost all of us have had experiences there. My sister and I would see a little girl. My mom woke up one night to a shadow staring at her from the corner. We were all kind of sick in that house a lot, too. I could make a whole other post for the experiences that we had in that house, but the gist of it is that there was something very hateful there. I remember finding a photo of a little girl in my parents' closet, probably 11. She was wearing a cheerleading uniform. My younger brother found a wedding ring in the house. The thing in that house really seemed to be targeting my parents, just trying to tear them apart. It was very weird. The most prominent experiences were: 1. My sister and I shared a room. She woke up one night that she heard somebody trying to open the door. She sat up, saw what thought I guess was me struggling with the doorknob. But then she looked towards my bed and saw me asleep in it. I get goosebumps now thinking about being there. 2. As stated above, my mom's seen the shadow figure. My mom's always been a target of paranormal activity. Her great-grandmother was a medium, and I think she is too, so she knows that the shadow figure was mostly hatred. 3. My dog got sick and we had to bring her to the house. She was a farm dog that stayed in her farm. She wouldn't set foot in the house. I tried to lead her in, but she just wouldn't do it. Bad as she was feeling, she was frightened. I ended up picking her up to bring her through to the back porch, and that dog wouldn't stop screaming the whole way through the house. She knew something was up. Passed away 2 days later. 4. I was about to take a shower in my parents' bathroom when all of a sudden I got the feeling like I wasn't alone. Like you could see the shower through the mirror and it had one of those fogged glass doors. I swear to this day that I saw a shadow move behind that glass. Wrapped myself in a towel and hightailed it to the other bathroom. All in all, one of the most active places I've lived. I don't even hate paranormal activity, but I was a bad one to live there. And for anybody still listening, thanks so much for staying through to this part. Whether you're asleep or awake, hopefully I'll see you later. See ya.